and Tenric. Tenric, thanks again for joining us. Appreciate having you here. How's it going? Challengers has been a lot of fun, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been really fun to hop in these past couple weeks and finally get my hands dirty with Challengers. And no less, the teams have been showing out as well. It's been a really fun split. I think everyone's been really giving their all, and we've seen a lot of dark horses come out of the weeds. It's North American VALORANT at its finest.
It has been so much fun, especially to Gomper's new patch this week already. It's kind of been a little bit of chaos. I think this is the perfect thing to spice things up nearing the tail end of this stage.
Yeah, there's been a lot of new things coming up in Challengers as well, which has been pretty surprising with like new compositions and obviously team signings, which we'll get into. But it's fun. It's exciting. I wasn't expecting this season because I mean, obviously last year for Challengers it was awesome. It was hype, and then coming into this one, you know, you're met with these new teams, new rosters, players that used to be in tier 1, like all the way going up to Asia and stuff like that. Now coming into Chal, making a huge game or name out of themselves, even more so than what they were. So it is pretty exciting.
It's been a lot of fun as well this week looking back at the matches. This is of course day 3, so your VALORANT Challengers action for this week is almost done, but we still have a really exciting day of matches ahead of you here. There's been a couple of ups and downs and surprises with the results of a couple of these matches here, Tenric. I mean, anything can happen. It's Challengers.
Yeah, it's been an emotional roller coaster for sure. There have been some constants, some fortunate, some unfortunate. Net feels right at home on M80, taking down Fluffy Aimers after a real fun 3-game extravaganza. Core, once again, just dragging their opponents to their limits, but unfortunately still unable to get their first win of the stage against TSM. Oxygen having some fun against Winthrop University, able to continue their undefeated streak. But the highlight so far this week has to be SAD and their team members just getting so creative and absolutely destroying Moist X Shopify 2-0 yesterday. That was such a fun matchup where really everyone had their MVP moment.
That one is really nice as well, because for SAD Esports, looking at this stage, things have been a little troublesome for them trying to recollect after loss of a couple of members. So being able to take that victory against MXS this late in the game really shows that you never know what to expect for each week. And that's the same going into today's matches. Of course, there's definitely things that could be expected, but a couple of unexpected things, including now a new logo Gomps that is joining on the roster. It's going to be DarkZero going up against Blinn Esports, then Dobros going up against YFP. But let's talk about that DarkZero edition, because that is hype. If anyone's paying attention, there was a logo here that was missing.
It's a circle.
Great.
I
thank
love
you.
this team. Oh my gosh.
Right. I was going for the, you know what logo is missing here, Gomps? Where's the Turtle Troop logo? What's going on here? Where does DarkZero come from? Late stage pickup, Gomps. Let's talk about that. Signed Turtle Troop. It's finally happened.
I love this roster pickup. And honestly, I wasn't expecting it. And I don't think anyone was. But I think in general, it's something new, obviously, with the team being signed in Challengers. I don't think we've had that happen yet, especially, you know, with the come up of YFP. YFP starting to perform better within the season. This was very, very much deserved. I think this team has put a lot of changes to the roster and just really, really tried. Oh, not YFP, sorry, TTR. I'm brain dead. But they've put a lot of changes to themselves and obviously the game that they're looking to play. And I think overall, they've been performing so well.
Yeah, it's really amazing to watch this squad finally get picked up. They've been putting in the work, and who else but DarkZero? You know, first they came for the Koalas, and this time they're coming for the Turtles. It's really good to see this organization back in North American VALORANT. They were constantly a team that was a big litmus test for a lot of the staple players and teams that we see today. And I think Turtle Troop is no different here. They are such a great tier 2 gatekeeper, and honestly, swooping up this team right as they're starting to look like one of the favorites in playoffs, DarkZero might have just gotten a ticket to Ascension.
I mean, yeah, looking at this Turtle Troop roster, I mean, it's definitely one at this point that if you are not familiar with this team, okay, well, you definitely should be, because across the board, Turtle Troop has been a lot of fun. Being able to come out here every week with their own little twist on the game, kind of shaking things up a little bit, sometimes kind of pushing these agent compositions. So when you're talking about a team that definitely could make Ascension, there's a lot of great competition here, Gomps, but this definitely at top of the list. And I think, too, having a little bit of an unconventional playstyle in comparison to the other teams makes them so much fun to watch each and every week.
It is true. Like, again, kind of in the process of testing out the waters and running by newer strats. Not even testing out the waters, but just looking to be the best they can be in North America. And that's just what any team wants. And I think this team is like the prime example of a team that, you know, you never know if they're going to win against the top dogs. You never know if they're going to be able to pull through, you know, with a game versus so-and-so. It's always like a roll of the dice where I feel as you can kind of assume, you know, for like certain teams, oh, they're going to lose. Oh, they're going to win. Oh, but this team has that strength where they're always improving. So you constantly never know what the result is going to be. And I think that's beautiful. I think they add that suspense to the game.
And talking more about DarkZero, someone that we don't get to talk about as much, though we definitely should be talking about a little bit more, is Adder. It's too hot outside, broke our replays, but just imagine this amazing frag compilation of all these amazing, like, Cypher kills and Adder just going nuts, you know? And that's what you're gonna get. We'll be able to see it, I'm sure, when we get into our match for today. But Adder has been just such a strong backbone for this team and really stepping up against this game, going up against YFP last week, Tenric, where this was a YFP that was bringing out some funky stuff and Adder stood strong.
Yeah, this is, I mean, coming off of a strong YFP, which I'm sure none of us can really wait to talk about until next match when we'll see them play, but Adder was a huge staple in getting the work done to overtake YFP. A lot of it came from the classic things that we've seen. First of all, managing elevation. Adder's always been a star at that since like 2 years back when he started playing this game. He has always managed the high ground so effectively, but also just playing a tremendous cutoff man off of Stellar's IGLing. He's just able to pop that button so quickly, and you'll see it in the first kill tallies. They start to rack up kind of quickly sometimes.
100%. So I'm looking forward to seeing Adder out there today. And just the entirety of now DarkZero, that's going to get me a little bit used to saying, because that's still awesome. Congratulations to Turtle Troop there. But we'll have to see what sort of DarkZero debut we have going up against Blinn Esports at this point. The collegiate team making their way through relegation and really putting up a fight here now in Challengers. When you're looking at it on paper, you're looking at records, realistically it should be like, okay, well, this is DarkZero favored. But Blinn Esports, Gomps, you do not know what to expect. This is a team, too, that they've said they can lose to any team, they can beat any team, and I truly believe it. And anytime I see them, they always have a realistic shot of winning.
It's also been showing in their performance too, like obviously pulling through with wins against teams that we really didn't think they would be able to. Obviously close games against Esports recently, being able to pull through with that M80, right, and putting them down the line. So I think if anything, this team is probably the best collegiate team that has so much potential.
They really, really do. And it's fun because everyone on this team gets to step up at some point. So we've been kind of taking turns on who we highlight on any given week. But given his performance last week, Tenric, we got to talk about Spaz. Because it's hard to find someone to highlight, not in terms of anyone doing bad, but because everybody really has a moment. But Spaz has just been very, very consistent with all of the matches that they've played. Not just last week, but the week before as well.
Yeah, you put it so perfectly. We always find a chance to talk about Blinn members, and everyone, like you said, has had their show-out moment. I mean, Teague against Sad Esports last week had his best performance in a month off of that matchup. Like, there's always something worth talking about. But Spaz is perpetually left out of the conversation because of how good he is at staying out of it. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that in the way that Spaz is a star enabler for Blinn. And Okeanos is the obvious member of that conversation when you talk about setting people up for Blinn Esports. Spaz is a legend when it comes to TPing for trades, setting up early smokes for fast swings, which is what Blinn loves to do, and also just trading off of himself. He's really not afraid to get his hands dirty earlier in the fight than a lot of other controllers, which on the Omen could be a bit risky, but ultimately, with the amount of legwork he gets done, Blinn can still win on advantage.
Yeah, and when we're looking at a team that truly believes that they can lose to or beat any team, being able to see that legwork and just how much Spaz puts into each and every match, absolutely great. And I do think that we need to see these step up and everyone performing at their best for Blinn Esports going into today, because even if they're a team that can take down M80, even if they're a team we definitely shouldn't underestimate at this point, Gomps, they're still going up against a strong DarkZero that has shown us that, hey, they're deserving of this signing. They're deserving of anything else. I think going into our map picks and bans for Blinn Esports to have their best chance possible in this series, we need to see something a little tailored to them, and they're going to be going on Sunset, DarkZero's pick.
Oh yeah, for Sunset, I feel like it definitely is on par with DarkZero, the composition that they really like to provide moving forward with that. Obviously, with the new changes that we've seen to DarkZero, the changes that we've talked about, and now coming into a map like this one, the Gecko, right? The Breach and whatnot. The Breach, actually, one of the newer forms of what DarkZero like to perform with. So I am interested. I think for Blinn Esports, honestly, for both of these teams, it really is a you never know what's going to happen. They're both truly so dominant on each of their own sides of, you know, the A group or the B group that it feels like a throw in the air.
What I'm excited about, again, we said that we're on our new patch, so this includes all of our duelists that are, you know, doing some weird, funky things out there, but also Haven back in our map pool here, Tenric. This is going to be Blinn's pick, and we're talking about teams that, yeah, you don't know what to expect. We don't really know what to expect out of anybody on Haven. I love this map personally. I feel like this opens up the door for a lot of fun and creativity here.
Oh yeah, Haven is a godsend in the map pool for both of these teams because it means that the bans get to be a little bit smoother. Split and Lotus being those hard open bans are a bit of a gentleman's agreement between these two teams because neither of them have been really stellar performers on either of those maps, but they flop incredibly hard against each other on specifically those maps. So welcome to have Haven in the pool to replace one of these openness, especially since they're owned by some other teams, especially when it comes to the variants. We saw YFP already experimenting on Lotus before that we'll talk about later. We see teams like Fame or TSM really own Split, but who owns Haven? That question's still very much in the air. And like you said, we've only seen it once so far this split with Sad Esports pulling out so much, but mainly Ferbsa just going crazy that match and that game, particularly on the ISO. But like you said, we really don't know what to expect from anybody going into this map too.
I'm excited too, looking at these teams, specifically DarkZero and calling out Corey here, with what compositions we're going to see just in general, not just on Sunset, for all the maps, considering too Corey is somebody that can be kind of adapting into any role here, Tenric. So like, are we going to see some Neon today? Where are we still like, is anyone going to be brave enough to pull out this ISO? Because cracked ISOs are probably the most terrifying thing to happen in this game. Like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, with the recent hot announcement, you got to get your licks in while you can on this ISO, I think. Maybe one of these players might be a little overexcited. I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw it at least once today. But Neon, I would love to see even more.
Oh, hopefully we get to see some fun picks coming out here. Not going to have to wait for long. Agent Select is ready, so it's our first map of Sunset. I'll catch you two after.
All right. And coming into things for Sunset here, both of these teams initially had a mirror matchup, but already we're seeing DarkZero deviating with that duelist pool that's recently been reincarnated. Gompers, we got a Neon in the mix day one.
Dude, day one. And again, obviously we did like the new patch and tons of changes coming through. I feel like it's pretty on par with what we've been seeing so far. We're used to changes on challengers. We're used to seeing stuff like this, but the Neon I feel like works pretty well with DarkZero and what Corey might want to pull out, especially now working with the KO, being able to kind of work themselves a little bit more. I do believe it's like you can pull out your weapon now while playing Neon with your slide. So we are in the golden age.
Truly we are. It's very exciting to see what these duelists have already been planning. I mean, again, like we said before, we saw Neon pulled out before this patch was available, and I'm certain we'll see her pulled out again as probably a replacement to the Raze. Finally, that distance play that you loved so much with Raze that just got nerfed can be made up with a fast break that won't necessarily be as punishing on your forward attacks. And man, speaking of forward attacks, you are against one of the most aggressive teams and challengers in Blinn Esports. They are always at the front lines, especially on Sunset defense. They will favor early denial, even if it means losing 4 or 5 rounds in a row. They will stick to that formula.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how everyone is going to be able to handle the attacking side, though, on Blinn. Okeanos locking in the Raze, playing into that duelist role. So yeah, already starting off, Smoke coming in through A, giving into that one way and kind of trying to convince Blinn that there's something going on down in A main, but absolutely not. Just very, very aggressive push up towards B and finding that information that they might be A.
Yeah, huge stack in the lobby here. Adder would love to find some early intel, but Okeanos won't poke his head past that pedestal. This trap wire already set up on B main. You've got to fully commit to this entry, and they will with the paranoia. They'll shoot that trap wire down and try to breach through mid. They fully corralled Blinn Esports now into A main, but Enough space has been made through elbow to where wingman can be let fly, and Blinn will get the plant for free at least.
Yeah, but still waiting for something else to come through. Luckily, having Stellar there does suppress them for some time, but obviously shots fired.
And the opening frag. Who's your next cutoff? Everyone's got to slide in at once. Gory to enable Okeanos the shutdown 1-for-1 that DZ cannot immediately pick up off of, but We Did will be the next entry after all those smokes are expended, and my oh my does he do quite a bit. DZ off the backs of that Omen spree will be able to clear sight and grab that first round.
Winning out the round, giving themselves that first upper hand, and it looked good. Honestly, I think they worked pretty well in cohesion with the KO Stellar, allowing them some sort of space to play with, and kind of working off of that. Running in, Corey, the aggressiveness, everything kind of did feel perfect on the defense, and it does feel like they might be aiming more towards, you know, submitting to those retakes and just looking for early information out towards main, depending on where that initiator and duelist duo is going to be standing. But of course, just the pistol round, so needing a bit more information on that.
Yeah, but I agree. I think this is going to be a lot of the playbook for this defense, especially with the double initiator core that the default attack for Sunset's running. It's just so strong, the potential to util dump on whoever may be in your path. And especially with the Neon, you just favor those immediate rushes when you get to play your own game so much more. It's a pretty obvious strategy when you play that Neon, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're able to stop it, because that's what Neon is happy to do, is show her hand and then just absolutely scrap with it. And it looks to be that's what Corey really wants to do in A main. He'll lurk there, even though the presence is unabashedly through mid. In fact, there's 4 there with just Mikey on that lurk, who I'm sure we'll get to talk about later. But right now we'll talk about DZ and the smattering that they will have up through top mid. Nobody dropping. Mikey will find a wanton headshot with the Sheriff, find a second one, because that's what he does, but that's all he'll get. And DZ will make it 2-0.
Just overall proving that they know what they're doing. Especially with that being the anti-eco. Not much to do there for Blinn. But I do think Blinn is holding themselves together fairly well. Economy-wise, obviously DZ not in the position to be fighting back this round. But they're going to do so regardless. They could farm some orbs here. Maybe be able to get that shrouded step for We Did. So, or my apologies, the ultimate there for We Did.
Especially if you're able to take B lobby as convincingly as you were these opening rounds. I don't know how much Blinn is going to stick around B main if it's this well guarded. If you condition this early, I mean, DZ kind of have their way with this, and then they'll really want to play for retakes, because then they'll only have to worry about the one site that you just recycle. If Corey feels this confident about A entrances, which, I mean, you're Neon, you do, then shoot, man, go for it. They feel good, clearly, but Blinn playing this very carefully, trying to maybe goad something out, but I mean, the only presence here right now is Adder. Everyone else from DZ is still over in B lobby, save for We Did, who will start rotating around the back to favor the pinch if it's required.
Yeah, same strategy again, though, for the early information up towards B on the side of DZ. Leaving it up to A again, and Blinn definitely catching on the repetitiveness here. There's a cam, though, to sight off some information, so a quick rotation could be made, but Trip still settled down towards back B, so not too much to worry about at the moment.
Yeah. Still, you got to rip the Band-Aid off. Intel is not exactly your strong suit here on attack.
30 seconds left.
So they'll just have to flush, and they will very effectively. The double push with Spaz and Okeanos, that is lethal. And Adder, that mainstay, will let it go. DZ kind of scoping this out, seeing what they can grab. It doesn't look like they want to play for anything more than picks. Already so much time gone, and they're so packed that seems like they really will just favor the exits. Corey is actually going to take huge back step and make a fast break through T to maybe get an earlier drop on this. A lot of angles that DZ get to cover for this, whatever they're going to go for, but I think they're happy with whatever they get. The smoke for the backdrop, and this is where Corey gets to shine. Mikey will catch B did on the back step, but this is your moment. How many you get here, buddy? Oh, a shame. Blinn taking the bonus. Very, very clean.
Yeah, they had a good entry, too, for it, for the most part. I am excited to see what the entry is going to look like when there are people on A, because it's just been so empty. Luckily, they you know, settle themselves in just a bit more. And I feel like DZ keeping those respects there, but it's a lot more than that. I do like the A pushes moving out. I think it's so good to keep the initiators with the duelist. I think that really does prep up Corey for some success, but they just haven't been able to find it early on in the round. So constantly getting kind of denied that information on the side of DZ, but still pushing out. Adder settled down with Cam and listening into that info. So quick rotation coming through from Stellar.
Yeah. But this other initiator duelist combo will stay put. Okeanos gonna hop in over the trap wires and spaz the TP through. These are your two golden gooses when it comes to the attack through the Cypher trips. And it'll open the door for the rest of Blinn to very safely make their way on. Blinn got this attack down to a science. Now, let's experiment a little bit more. Heading into Boba, Adder can shut that one down. And you will not need to repeat that one. An ace for the Cypher, easily exiting through Boba, making it look like cake. DZ 3-1.
My analysis on this round 10, Rick?
Please, yes, let's hear it. Oh, yes.
He won. He is him. That was crazy.
Jeez,
and
man.
I literally just like sitting in a corner. And I obviously the kind of help with the teammates coming through, leaving the smokes there to kind of corner these players in. And it was really we did with the paranoia that allowed Adder to pick that fight off. But regardless, Adder, like, sounds good to my ears. I don't know about you.
Yeah. His first kill of the game, and then his second, third, fourth, and fifth, all in one fell swoop. Sit in more corners, kids. You can top frag just like him. We'll take over B lobby again here, but for how long? Blinn, I don't think they feel less confident on this take. It's just they really like moving forward after the fact, and DZ had somebody ratting, so you could absolutely replicate this, especially now that you've got some ultimates. A Thrash is actually going to catch someone, and so DZ in a bit of a panic here trying to find the rest, but Adder will get called out by that Aftershock and slain. Huge full swing from the Boba, and that's all you're going to be off of after We Did goes down, so your initiators have to do a lot of legwork here if they want to make this round work, and they'll have to start by repoking out Market. They don't have all of this ground cleared, but Blinn, they don't have to worry about infesting it because they've already conditioned that they could. They'll just stick around on site, let them come in, waste a flash, and not even lose one off of it, and that might be the only opportunity that DZ really get to make an impact. Might just save off of here. No, B-Dog gonna go for the peek, so Stellar will probably do the same, see what he can find, grab maybe a gun. No, Mikey's positioning is a little better, and Blinn make it a one-round game.
Yeah, that was good too. DZ, I like the approach into the post plant. It was difficult because Blinn did gather up a lot of space moving up towards B, but you know, having B-Dog and Stellar work together to kind of close out angles, to allow themselves to clear out spaces before they had other people obviously making way to aggressively take over with just the flashes alone. But overall, I mean, you can see the thought process behind DZ, just making sure everyone's safe and having that backup plan. It just has not worked yet.
Yeah, I mean, I do respect the vision. It's a really delicate balance. Corey is such a linchpin to entering, so if he dies on lurks, then it's a kind of Jover unless you just full send with, like, all of your blinds. So, yeah, very disciplined defense, very slow, which is fine because that means you don't really have to worry about a lot of Blinn's tempo, and that's what sets a lot of challenges teams off normally. So maybe just skipping the hard part is what DarkZero envisions this as.
Yeah, also just a lot of stacking sites, which I feel like hasn't worked for DZ. It's been a back and forth BA for Blinn. They haven't caught on to it yet. Now they're going to have a harsh reality to settle in for it as well. B-Dog having the hero rifle. So it's perfect if they played this in a way where I feel like, you know, the early information out towards A or towards B was perfect, and it would have been perfect in a situation like this where they could fight for weapons. But now they've just settled into playing the retake with the guns they have.
And the TP ult to confirm what was kind of already getting stepped into by the two initiators. They won't trade anything back. And see, this is this is the kind of not necessarily win-win scenario, but very neutral stance that DZ is going to take, especially on like a half buy like this. Is that, okay, a bunch of our util is gone. We just have to take back this site. It's a little bit of an uphill battle, but at least we don't have to go, you know, over 2 hills. Instead, we just have to scale this mountain, and with Corey's overdrive, you can do a good bit of altitude there on your own. 2 to open up the rest of the site, and Blinn cannot find enough angles. DZ invade and conquer getting a 2-round lead back.
Yeah, huge win. DZ kind of pulling through on this one. And I wasn't expecting it to be such a strong retake. I mean, we've seen... actually, that's a lie. I feel like we've seen before B-Dog and Stellar definitely pushing... I'd say B-Dog majority of the time pushing through
really
with a lot of the util. Yeah. It's perfect. I think it works out well. I'm surprised Weeded is putting in a lot of work with the paranoia as well.
This goes here.
It's been beneficial, to say the least.
For sure. I mean, that's so much of the board cleared. These sites themselves are so condensed, and I mean, if you intimidate Blinn into not actually pushing the line, then you can get so much real estate out of just one paranoia. Oh, speaking of real estate, Okeanos just flipping and selling courtyard. Gonna have 11 health to his name. Oh no, that means you're gonna have to trade off of him. He hates that.
I hate trading. I hate economy.
Yeah, play-by-play trading is really cool because then everyone just says you're reading the kill feed, and I'm like, well, what else do you want? Like, sorry.
I love... Oh, I thought we were talking about, like, you know, you said real estate.
Oh, just like the act of trading when you play? Oh, yeah, that's, I mean...
No, like real estate, you know, like, hey, you can have my house, I'll have yours, but I guess that's
sorry,
not...
I forgot you're licensed, so you're
oh,
like...
gosh.
You're in the
Let's
thick
not
of it.
talk about that. Let's go back.
You should sell my next house, Gompers.
Dude,
I would trust you. I would trust you with my home.
He's just walking up and about to obviously get caught into the crossfire of Stellar and B-Dog here.
Yeah, real adventure they took to try to maybe find an opener, but instead they'll just walk into both the initiators that are able to kind of just wait out these next 25 seconds when realizing the time is now, and Stellar does too, just in time to grab himself too. Wingman to finalize B-Dog's position, so we did kind of has to play backup man to condense this into two 1v1s rather than a 1v2, and he does beautifully on site, taking care of Monty. That's the last peak from Blinn's ability to get onto site in theory here, unless Okeanos pops out, but not in time to grab this 5th body, so it'll still be a DZ round.
Adder's facing wall, just like... I know we won this round. I don't care. And I think that's again so smart. Knowing, hey, you got a 1v1. There's barely enough time for you to be able to grab something. I'm honestly just gonna vibe, and we'll see where that goes. But vibe they did. 5-2 coming through from DZ. Obviously newly signed, so I feel like the pressure is also on to keep the reputation of, hey, we were signed. We don't suck. So this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're planning, and we're gonna win this one.
Yeah, this is a great first 7 rounds to plaster DZ next to your name for. Really repping the brand well on this opening defense. Gotta say, and I want to come back to a point that you brought up really well, which is just how much work we is doing on the kill feed and on these reclears.
Yeah,
I agree. I think the paranoia is really great, but the TPs have also really been instrumental to just opening up so many more positions. I mean, every time we steps foot onto the site, which again is far earlier than a lot of these other players, same with Spaz, it's like you just have one more direction to look, and Blinn, when they're so condensed, when they're not pushing the line because they've been denied so frequently, they're not able to manage all that.
This is the time, if anything, for Blinn too.
This should do.
Honestly, no. They're buying a gun here. I was gonna say this is the time for them to really retake it, because they do have a lot of ultimates on the board, but you know, with the weapon bought from Okeanos, I do see the vision being, hey, I'm gonna fight for this. Let's see how this goes. So I do truly think they might be able to push through with something, but fighting towards mid is such an odd response to you know, losing out on the A site, but definitely looking to just infiltrate the backhand.
Yeah. That's why you see Spaz just like holding on to that smoke so that once you get to top mid, you just guarantee that there's no early fight. And Weeded has to expend that paranoia because there's no intel as to who's up there. No way Adder wants to swing into a potential stack. So he won't. Null command is actually thrown in here from Stellar. They predicted the push through market immediately, but because it wasn't fully broken, Blinn is just going to wait it out, and they do successfully. Now they'll break that market door down, and they'll actually try to push the needle into Stellar, but B-Dog, as always, there for the coverage, and now for the re-swing, not going to work out. The double peek from Okeanos and Monty is enough, but oh, check your corners, buddy, including the ones that are that far away from you. Corey, nice hide in the smoke to shut down that showstopper opening. but it's been enough time wasted by that raise for Blinn to make that rotation back over to A side and potentially have another free load onto A.
30
Adder's
seconds
close.
left.
Can he find this catch? Especially hearing the steps, but Mikey's still so far out. He's not watching Link, though. This could be a freebie, but Spike is down. Rest of DZ come calling. What is his position from Monsi? Still waiting on top mid as well. Now the swing from Adder to open up. Mikey returning to position, and now comes the rest of the cavalry to actually fight this out. Corey trying to parse through the other way from Link so that it's less pressured, but Spaz can still cut through, and it's down to just Corey now after that mid fight is lost. Has to fake on Spike. Paranoia tossed in retribution. Mikey, tough angle, but Corey clears it. And now it's back down to Link, but the one-way launch from Spaz into the TP. No way of knowing where he really is or when he'll swing. And can't win the fight because of it. Spaz, a star player to give Blinn their third.
That was such a heavily directed win towards DZ too. And it started off so successful. I think there it was Adder gathering information within smoke, which was perfect. Pinging out where the players were, but it's just rushing it. And I feel like once the spike is down, a lot of like it just really did feel like they wanted to get to it as soon as possible, as to where in reality it was just Corey running around taking some fights and not having that designated play as to, hey, we're gonna clear this first and we're gonna go here and this is what's gonna happen. More so just taking picks, but setting up for something else. Huge aggro aggressive play coming out through the mid.
Now these cages have to be immediately procced. Corey continuing to make a lot of noise. And Blinn sense an early pushback, and so they'll stay put. Mikey and Okeanos taking everything away from DZ. As on a stunted eco, they attempt to push the needle yet again. They will not. And now Blinn get to go at their breakneck pace. Might as well put a copyright on it at this point. Okeanos will not push back into Boba until after Spike is planted. Adder immediately wins that fight. But no resources to really push off of, and so Weeded has to dry swing alone into a sea of Blinn members. Can't do anything off of that. Adder, a gun, and a prayer. Not much else. Monsi wins the opener, and Blinn make it a one-round game yet again.
Yeah, they fell right into the hands of DZ. I mean, Blinn, my apologies. It was the first time that we actually did get to see, though, the aggro play caught on with Blinn. So I was wondering how that was going to work, especially with 3 players already, up on that movement. They early forced themselves out there with a util. And was that the best play? I don't think so. It gave them early information for Blinn. It allowed them time to really settle themselves in down towards, spawn side, funneled everybody else in from DZ, and then from there they just played with that information. So I think they should have allowed them to slowly walk themselves up, seek for that information, and really fight those 1v1s. But, with DZ, a slight impatience there, I feel, with knowing what's going on.
I think that's been the big weakness that Blinn has really been twisting the knife on too. I mean, with Stellar proccing that ult early, just trying to collapse on top of instant advantage, Blinn are going to be able to read that. Like, they will burn a lot early on. Like, you saw Mikey let both of those cages go, even though Corey was already inside, solely because he didn't want him to get any further, because then you can manage one angle at a time. You can manage off mid, and that's when Okeanos made that slight push back out to coerce the rest of DZ into swinging him. And they won everything off of that. That was so beautifully executed from Spawn. And again, that just goes to show that Blinn can always outrun you in the right timing. But if your timing's better, then you don't have to worry about outrunning. And that's the strategy that DZ, I think, really need to settle with.
Might be able to. And this is great, right? Without providing anyone to really sacrifice. They did get some early info with that suppression alone. B-Dog now setting themselves up for success up towards mid, but nobody else there to fight it. Kind of waiting for Corey to make a move on what they want.
Looks like it's mid again. But Blinn are going to be happy with kind of trying to take this over, I think, consistently for the rest of this half. They're pretty confident in just the presence, and they can farm some util out of it, if nothing else, as long as they don't lose one along the way. It's going to be a push from Teague and Okeanos to open up. Monsi also here too. And they'll try to make the push into Boba. Beautifully timed Paranoia to throw them off, and Adder the swing! A trade-off of the Sheriff. Already massive, but now Weeded will get pressured. He's got to lock in, and he sure does! 2 more for the Omen! And the Spike is stranded! DZ instant turnaround, the momentum ground to a halt, and once again, it's all off the backs of them playing their own
30
game.
seconds left.
We did can no longer, but his job could just be done. Still, 2 rifles, and none on the side of DZ. Job's not finished, but Spike is very well guarded. Mikey's made it all the way back into Boba, and B-Dog swings into it. Stellar half health too, as Spaz with the TP will be able to get the spike down. Corey watching in the backside though, catching Mikey. What are these angles that now Spaz has to manage two of? One from the front, one from the back. Massive fake on the TP. Corey the immediate check. And now the swing from Boba has to be well timed. DZ packs up, tries to go for it with a twofer in this overdrive, does a little bit of chip. Spike taken over, and Corey will finalize the fight. Raw confidence emanating from DZ is what gets them over the line yet again. Grabs them a 6th on the defense.
That has got to be so frustrating. You're stuck in a 1v2, and like it's one of those moments where, okay, well, Corey's just gonna run around, and I know that, and you could tell they were refusing to reload, because at that moment Corey would have taken that sound cue, ran with it, and then just completely obliterated Blinn. But again, biggest fault here in my opinion, Tenric, is just like, obviously Weeded picking out the first 3. That gave free weapons in the hands of Corey. It allowed everyone else to feel comfortable kind of moving up and taking the retake in that situation, which it shouldn't have happened. A thrifty round like that was immense.
Yeah. This is already one of the games where I think we've picked out Paranoia more times than often, or more times than normal. It's just, Weeded's timing has been incredible with that. Just always keyed up for when Blinn will actually try to pull that trigger, which is later and later. As more of this opening ground becomes guaranteed, Tiles is trivial for DarkZero at this stage. It's all about A main, baby, as Corey will swing in at first. The TP ult just to get an idea of how many bodies are at the crime scene. And it's just about everybody. Blinn weight shifted very much over towards A site, and they will be a little prouder of it as Okeanos will make his way into the 2-way.
Yeah, 1-way still settled down on A, but nobody's watching. It's completely cleared, but a slow rotation left up to DZ, and the time that Blinn is taking might just be a bit too long, especially with nobody there, but Thrash making its way, so either way, they do have some sense of security here.
30 seconds left.
Fastlane giving DZ a bit of an opening to rotate through Link, but they can't confidently clear out Mikey, so they've got to just swing onto site and make it work. B-Dog will grab 2 off of it. Another rolling thunder in response for Blinn to get onto site safely here. Little guy traveling, shot down by Stellar, and now it's got to be a true fight on behalf of Blinn. But the swings, the shots through the boxes, it is far too much. Nobody from Blinn can make the proper impact on site. And DZ will lock A site down more confidently than they have all half, netting a 7th.
They're pulling through, honestly, with the plays here from DZ. I think, if anything, they've just gotten pretty comfortable winning out, what was it, like a pistol round, and then coming into the next round, and then being like, yeah, we got this in the back. So I'm sure they know at this point how well this Neon is working with everything else, how well Weeded is playing today. So they're using, you know, those top players to their strengths and telling them, hey, go shoot.
Yeah, just go act.
Go act.
DZ, they're
go
so
act good.
My ult's ready.
DZ is acting good. They're acting out. A lot of individual performance carrying a lot of DZ's pushes over the line. I wonder if we'll see that on the attack. Okeanos begs for an audience, and he gets one. They just can't see him. All the way in CT, that showstopper will stall for, giving a free A site to Blinn. 5v5 for the retake.
Oh, they do walk up through this, though. Tons of util to utilize. 2 flashes. Obviously, Paranoia is so readily available. They kept everything for this moment. All they need to do is play off of it. Not much. Now everything diminishing on the side of Blinn, but Teague still prepped and ready for something big.
God, Adder had to waste so much time over in top mid because of that conditioning that Blinn has executed these past couple rounds. And now it's a full-fledged 5v5 with not much time remaining. Blinn, Okeanos already good for 2. The swing in from Corey. There is nothing behind it and too much in front of it. Weeded has a mountain and a molehill, for that matter, to clear, and he does a pretty solid job at doing some chip, but it is not enough. Blinn over the line for 5 rounds on the attack.
Now the side switch, so pistol round. We've gotten a refresh. very, very fortunate to have won that last round. I feel like giving another one to DZ and now switching down to the pistol with Corey playing into the neon, now going over to the attacking side would have been dire, and just giving DZ pretty much a run for the victory. But I think here is the biggest moment for Blinn to really solidify themselves, because if not, that pistol round goes over to DZ, lead still stuck in their hands, and you know, gonna be kind of hard to take back from that.
This goes here.
Both of these teams played on Sunset last week. Both of them won a 14-12 game. The halves paper thin in difference in skill. Could we see the same thing here as DZ will enact their attack? Again, the retakes very one and done, and Corey is the linchpin. If Okeanos can shut it down early, then DZ just has to push in as a unit. And my God, if this duelist is still standing, then there is no question. Hey, Adder. What you doing, buddy? Looking for a body? That's a shame. Oh, wait, never mind. Never mind!
You can't do nothing.
What? Watch the whole time! Eyes on him! Every second of that engagement! Multiple pairs! And yet, what does he do?
Enemy remaining.
He shifts this game on its head instantly! I love pistol rounds, bro. I love pistol rounds.
I just felt it. I just felt a tear go down the side of my cheek. That was so beautiful, genuinely so beautiful. And I genuinely, I'm not gonna lie, like I was like, there's no way they can take this one back. But it's Adder, dude. It's Adder the last time taking the ace, right? In that 1v5 situation, right? It's Adder now being able to clutch up the pistol round and bring DZ to the lead.
Foolish.
And God, rubbing it in. The lurk, so powerful. Teague already forced to lean here. Seeing if he can maybe grab a gun for free, but instead, they'll just take a fault line to the face. DZ have shifted towards A though, so perhaps they're hoping that this lurk hasn't pulled too much their way. They would love to pinch a couple extra bodies, just really guarantee this fight.
He might just be the GOAT.
Could be, yeah. A bit of a goated performance here for sure. Highlight reel-worthy moments across the board. And let's get a couple more for DZ maybe. Corey, just the one for Lobby, a modest kill. And will match, checking out the backside. And
Spike planted.
too uncertain, too much advantage. This is the nature of the buy round. When you're second up in regulation, DZ, not even overconfident, just have everything they need. 9-5, baby. 4 out from DZ grabbing this first win.
Dude, that's gotta be such a mental, like, deterrent, too. Like, hey, I'm Blinn Esports. I'm gonna win this pistol round. We have one more player left to go. Boom, boom, boom. And then it's like, oh my gosh, where's the police?
And a 14th that you might as well not even play, you know?
And it's gotta hurt, dude. Like, genuinely. And I feel like that's where Blinn is at right now. Like, they know that if they don't win this specific gun round, it could end in misery. And they really, really need to pick it up right now in this moment.
Yeah. This is really where you lock in. And again, Blinn have been real pioneers when it comes to this early defense on Sunset. They're one of the only kind of teams that don't lean as heavy on the retakes, and truthfully, they're really quite good at it. They're good at denying that early. I mean, we saw that with Okeanos last round. They did it so well, and all it took was that clutch. This game turns around. But now with the better guns, Blinn cannot serve as casually into B site. Not enough util to hold them down. But now they'll start spraying. Now they'll start finding those angles. Now they'll start having enough personnel to really deal with these open wounds. And that first one is B-Dog. Massive shift. Weeded now has to toe forward. Will grab 2 for free as the rest of Blinn spill out. But a lot of chip damage continuously done. So much opening in this Boba peak that you can just spray into. And Stellar will keep the party going. Adder the last kill on the corner. No one from Blinn able to make enough of an impact to step over the line, and DZ swipe away the bonus initially as well. And that is so dangerous for this attack.
It is, and now it kind of leaves Blinn having to collect orbs, collect some sort of potential for the next round. They have the showstopper. Okay, that's not going to be worrying. What can we do now to solidify ourselves at least 3 rounds in the future? And I feel like the biggest bet is, hey, let's get Mike his ultimate here. Let's really push for Monty. I think Monty is going to be the perfect bet. Let's set them up for success and get them something very, very, very good, so that we can at least see that success in the next round. All they need is an orb, and then maybe win a gunfight, and then you're good to go.
It doesn't take much to shift this, especially on the attack. Blinn, a lot of preventative setup. But for ground that they could have potentially already taken over, no mid-watch, so you have to sacrifice a smoke for market. And then you have to lean so heavy on this link peak so you can see if you can hear any util or steps, which haven't been made yet. DZ, they let it go. Huge fault line. Not everybody caught on it. So you can't confidently swing, but you can at least start to migrate a little bit over to A potentially. Look how far forward Mike is really trying to play off this opening. But now with the null command, you have absolutely nothing. You got to take this fight dry. And with 2 people staring at you, you won't actually be able to do much in it. But the opening onto site, not much more that Blinn can do. They will take whatever kills they can in a little doggy bag.
Wow.
And call it a day. This round, 11-5. DZ, everything they could ask for the remainder of this half, however long they apparently are going to deem it to be.
All right, last chance. Mike did get his ultimate, though. And I think here, again, now, yeah, with the timeout coming through from Blinn, like, hey, let's think about possibilities. Let's really settle in and down to something that could work. And the biggest thing to keep in mind, too, is DZ's playstyle is, like, nothing like the equivalent of what Blinn is. Blinn is super slow paced. They like to take their time, especially walking up towards the A site. This team has a neon. You have to be aggressive. You have to play with that double initiator setup. And they have everything set up for success here for DZ. They play so well against everything else that Blinn might be throwing at them, especially funneling these players onto site with smokes and whatnot. I think biggest thing is just fighting back against that, fighting aggression with aggression, letting Okeanos do his thing, because he's such a phenomenal player.
It really is great. And it's really annoying because that's what makes Neon so amazing for DZ's push, is that you're able to remain so uncertain that the biggest thing for Blinn's defense, the biggest thing for Okeanos and Mikey being in the right place at the right time, is not as certain, despite how telegraphed rotations on Sunset can be, when Neon has the potential to literally break your angles, but on such a wider scale as well, to push off of these lurks that have been so effective. You can so immediately put yourself in a better engagement off of the back of Corey. Doesn't even need to get a kill, just needs to be over there. And and all too often, Blinn has been late. Blinn has not been present.
There.
Yeah, no sightseeing.
There.
But a different approach this time to the attacking side, already set up for a flash, maybe on both sides of DZ and Blinn down in mid, and this is where the fight might start.
Blind out from Teague to search for something. Does find We Did, but doesn't finalize. And B-site now open for business after that lean on to top mid. Everybody from Blinn, the doldrums of Boba. Now they're going to creep onto market. They're actually going to do it early so the rest of DZ doesn't make it on. And actually, they'll be kind of successful. They'll take over market. Stellar going to throw a flash drive in. Good for one more. Adder now playing guard dog on Boba now that the rotation has been in full. And now it's Blinn that have to play the game of tag. But DZ on the run after that Cypher ult to reposition optimally on top of this spike that Spaz has to defuse in the 1v2. And We Did doesn't even need the help. 10 health for the majority of that round, and he will keep it going into game point.
Dude, this is perfect. Like, performance-wise for DZ, yes, they had some hiccups from time to time. Majority of them just going onto the defense. And I feel like, again, with the composition they had to play aggressive. They couldn't really isolate their fights as perfectly as they wanted to. I think Blinn is fighting back really, really well. Most of it is just the gunfights being won out. Adder clutching up so many rounds that should not have been, as well as We Did. So it might just be the confidence, right? Kind of leading into this game, knowing they have a new org. Now Corey especially picking off that first one.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing Neon. Confidence is going to be your first, middle, and last name. Don't even got to worry about the tower. That's flushed away, so just pushes forward. And ultimately, nets a 3 for 4 from DZ after the bloodbath ceases. We did so far forward, but it's only to guard against a chipped away Stellar. In fact, both members, all 3 members that are still standing, quite low. 1 to 2 shots out. And Spaz is going to try and thread this now. We did the swing. Spaz laying in wait. Now just a 1v1. Extremely winnable for Blinn.
This has so much huge potential. They could create a fake out, you know, with the Shrouded Step. Obviously, dark cover still readily available. The only thing that concerns me is Stellar does have that suppression. So util could be easily denied, and it isn't. Not even thrown in any general direction to find out where this player is, but instead keeping the silent route.
Oh, waiting for the spray to cease and then stepping back on. Amazing timing that Spaz will get away with. And we'll keep the game going at least one more round. Well done by Spaz. Amazing discipline. But DZ, yet again, they ended up winning the fight. That was the biggest part of that round. And they took it off of not necessarily free positioning, but just off of, you know, whatever Blinn member was staring them in the face. They kind of just took care of it. I mean, look how much Corey did immediately when that round started.
Yeah, immaculate. Taking in a 1v1. They just can't put themselves in that position a lot of the time. And what scares me is, like, we're just going to see a 1v2 taken away from Okeanos. Now damage settled down, and that does give DZ some sort of confidence to continue that push moving forward.
Smoke up reactively. But yet again, Adder is already up here in top mid. We'll hear the steps taken. Oh, was Monty trying to fake him out? Monty was trying to fake out the lurk from Adder, but he's already made it all the way over to Boba. He's ahead of the game, man. And Teague's position has already been found out from the noise. He'll swing into this, but Teague wins the fight. And Blinn will back out to let the rest of DZ weakly come in. Oh, and this smoke peek. Spaz trying to manage, but too much in front of him. Corey will finalize. And DZ can still take the site. But can they take the fight? Now Blinn going band for band, but no smokes to flesh out B main. They've got to win these one at a time. And Corey, the opener, on the back of the null command, but Corey swings out early, good for 2. Not anymore, though. And the rest of the fight, Okeanos and Monsi, they've actually made an impact. Okeanos, good amount of ground made up. Oh, but Monsi, Rolling Thunder has to avoid that. Will, in good conscience. Stellar, down on the null command, so it's an effective 1v1. Spotted out. And the Thrash on top of Wingman to keep B-Dog from properly peeking. Still able to find it, but the detain. And Monsi will go for that defuse. I think you should just kill him, man. Oh,
what? Keep going!
No way!
Keep going!
No way! B-Dog intimidating the 2 HP! Makes it work! What an interaction! I'm not even gonna try to talk anymore about that, man.
Oh my god.
Wow! Wow!
My main concern is you have a weapon. Like, why would you use the shorty?
The shorty! I guess he's really trying to time him out. Hey, look, man. If your round differential is as good as DZ's, I guess you can let that one. You can just brush that under the rug real quick. But yeah, I mean, your guns are still fine. So as long as they just wrap this up in a nice little bow, you know, any minute now, we should be fine.
It's okay. We all make mistakes, and I think for DZ they have the space to make mistakes right now. But I feel like it should get worrying at some point because the economy's not looking so hot anymore as much as it was before. Now they're gonna have to try to fight whatever's going on here. Corey is out, and luckily enough, being by themselves, not the best thing in the world.
Adder gets that first blood a little earlier than expected, and we'll push a little forward. Okeanos still able to get his. I mean, he always will, man. It's crazy. But DZ freely onto site, effectively handed over after the rest of Blinn leaned from Corey's lurk. So, well done. And, hey, he's back just in time to make this a 4v3. Gecko blind out initially, so now you have to play completely off of Teague's blinds, one of which you already have to expend. And, in fact, you're going to go ahead and use all the blinds in the bank to even get one man out. It's Monsi. First falls immediately. Corey takes the fight on his lonesome and wins it. 13-7 for DZ. They will indeed end things with a little bit of room to spare. God, they look so good at doing it.
Dude, they get a huge victory, they get a huge win, and they get a huge dub. It's a lot of huge on the side of TC. Huge! But I feel like the main thing, again, like looking back at the plays that we got to see, the clutches that came through, I feel like we saw more clutches than bags on Earth. Did you get that joke? Because clutches are bags. All right, I hope. And they're gonna get the bag because they played so good.
Yeah.
Like, this is crazy.
Certified bag chasers. They've made it there.
I truly do think so. Obviously for Blinn, they played great they just needed some time to get into the defensive strategy and stuff like that. But it is pretty hard playing against a Neon on a map like Lotus.
Yeah, it really sucks because Blinn's mechanics, really great, really amazing team that works so well off of rotations, but a lot of clutch potential from DarkZero. That means that this could still be very much up in the air, and what a better way than to go to Haven to find out how it could go. Map 2 coming up after this break.
The game starts long before the game starts. And warm hands are faster hands. Gain the upper hand and power up your pregame warm-up with Zippo hand warmers.
For the team getting signed, DarkZero, the strong victory on Sunset to kick off the series 13-7. They pulled out some fun ideas, they pulled out a Neon, and they pulled out the win in the end, Henrik. This was a really good debut to our series.
Yeah, I gotta say, if this is just the beginning of this composition, and it's just the beginning of Corey once again just having his fun with the Neon, which we've seen no shortage of that before from him, then this is just the beginning for this DZ Sunset, because man, did it look dangerous. A one-and-done playstyle is great when the duelist for it is as good as Corey. And off the backs of that, you had players just holding up in corners that Blinn could not consistently check, leading to some of the craziest clutches we've gotten to see this stage so far.
Yeah, it was also plays like these where like you literally were like, okay, well they're not gonna clutch up. There's absolutely no way. 1v3, ha ha ha. And then it's just yeah, Adder just pops off. Adder is Adder. Adder added onto the equation and it worked out perfectly. But I think as well, like this team had basically no flaws other than the defense. It was hard to really adjust into playing that Neon against a team like this one, and they did give off a lot of early information on the pushes that they were looking to really push through with on the side of DZ, and I think that's what really gave it away to Blinn. And I give Blinn kudos for being able to read into those aggressive situations where, hey, let's push A main as the defense, and then Blinn's like, nah, I got you, fam.
I gotta give kudos to Blinn as well for the first kill tally, being able to outdo DarkZero in that sense. So that can look as impressive as you want, but when you're going up against an Adder on the other end, that was so exceptionally good at holding down the site. A Weeded that was popping off, and just a DarkZero looking so clean on the day, it's a little bit hard to press. Blinn, they definitely played well going on this, but not their map pick, and just not happening this time around. And going on over to the stats, I believe this was Corey that was top of our leaderboard here with that Neon, that nice fun little pick that we get to see coming into this map. Both duelists, like Okeanos, considering the 7-13 loss here, Gompers, playing lights out.
It was. I feel like for me overall, like the performance, great. I think obviously there were hiccups that definitely could have been repaired. I do think, though, we haven't seen the Neon too extensively come through from Corey, so it is a work in progress, I would feel, especially, though, having DZ under that title and being on that org. I've mentioned it before. I do feel like it's like, hey, I feel like I need to perform, and I feel like, you know, for the sake of showing people that, hey, we deserve this title, it's one of those things where, like, okay, yeah, you do, and you played a good game.
Well, we'll have to see if that can continue going on forward into our next map pick. New addition back into the pool. It is a unchanged Haven. Of course, haven't really been able to see anything coming out from either of these teams since, it's just coming back in now, Tenrek. But considering no changes to the map as well, I'm curious with what ideas they're going to go with. Whether it's something that was kind of a little bit more atypical before, or since we got some changes since then, some new duelist changes, new agents since Haven's been in the map pool, if we're going to see some spice coming out from our squads.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough call because both of these teams were very fond of Haven back when it was in the map pool, and so I don't know how like stalwart they are with their compositions, but there has indeed been quite a bit of change since this map has been available. And look, if Corey's having that much fun on the Neon, there's no telling what these DarkZero guys have been experimenting with. I would love to see another ISO after Ferbsa had such a standout performance yesterday on it. I really fell in love with seeing him on the Haven, and I think I'll enjoy it while it lasts, because again, that patch is coming quick. But man, so many opportunities for both these teams to switch it up.
Dude, I love Haven! Yes! Yes! We have it back. I'm like jumping in my chair. Like, okay, get Sunset out of my face right now. Let's go back to the basics because Haven is my map. And I'm sure that everyone else is excited to have it back because why else would it not be banned? Why else would it be picked? I mean, this is the first time in my life I've ever seen Ascent not be in the pool. And that feels so good. So for me, this is a win.
I'm sure, and I'll say it for like the two people in chat that are like, actually, Gonzers, I hate the Haven. I'm not happy it's back. But no, I am excited to see somewhat of a switch up, though. Again, a map that's not really having the changes. Henrik, I love what you were saying about that ISO. I'm curious how much stock teams are putting into this, whether they thought this was going to be something that was going to be quickly nerfed because ISO, if you can tap ahead, I mean, it is going to be absolutely way too strong. This thing has been a demon in ranked games out there, let alone in comp. So it's whether they wanted to kind of invest into something that could be a little bit volatile and just how long it stays in the game, or if, you know what, we're going to have fun while it lasts. Let's just frag out.
Yeah, it's a tough question to raise, really, when an agent like this enters the conversation, because, like, on one hand, like you said, it's like he's not going to be around for long. To master him would not be really worth your time if he's not going to stay in the meta for a long time. But at the same time, with the way that his kit was reworked, the skill floor to be able to get value out of ISO has like never been lower. You're able to immediately find a lot more of these fights with ISO thanks to that shield being up immediately when you swing. And a lot of teams, off of that alone, they feel confident enough to play the ISO. There is really that alone might be the ticket to let these guys just cash in on ISO while they can if they feel like he's got that power, which clearly some of these players already think he has.
I mean, again, like you said, the skill ceiling is just like, all right, it's like the floor. Like, we know that there's some really talented players out here in Challengers, especially on both of these teams, so we could definitely maybe see it today. But, Gompers, besides the fact that Haven is on top of your wish list, what about you? What are you kind of hoping for that we get to see out of our two teams? Because this is now Blinn trying to take us to a map 3.
I'm gonna say, if I'm hoping for something, I think for Blinn, I love the setups they do. The slow pushes are great. I feel like the only thing I really am missing is, again, just the confidence to win those fights. A lot of the time, they don't have a lot of trade potential in the plays they're really setting forward, and I wish they did. And this team is phenomenal. They need to set up Okeanos better because he's a phenomenal player.
Well, at this point in time, instead of hearing our wish list, we're going to be taking a quick break as one of our players has a hamster PC. Just kidding. But it is hot out there. The technology is not technology today. So quick break, then we're heading on over to Haven.
through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them and a week, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these.
The PCs have struck a plea deal, and we are back to Haven. We've been gone for, yeah. I almost forgot how exciting this map was going to be, Gompers, as we see very different compositions from when we saw 6 months last. These teams face off on these maps. Okeanos now picking up the Neon. Mikey on the Bloody Chamber. Oh, boy.
I'm kind of used to what DarkZero's running, but Blinn, they've taken a little portion of the strap book out of the last game, incorporating Okeanos into the Neon spot, which that in itself interests me, especially on a map like Haven. It's been so long as well since we played this in like such a competitive, you know, I guess route. So this is kind of scary to see, you know, how these teams are going to settle out.
Yeah, I mean, it is very bittersweet as a caster walking into something like this, just because you have not much to go off of. My notebook has never been blanker. It's like a little depressing how little I have on these teams when it comes to this map. But boy, oh boy, is my pencil out now. Because Blinn's on the attack, and with Okeanos on this Neon, as the top frag of the previous map, always able to get his, even on the attack where you've had to push the envelope so much more than someone like Corey did when he was playing Raze. Now that he has that speed to add to him, to be able to break these ankles like it looks like they're going to do now off this A rotation through CT, then Blinn could be a very happy crew. But instead, they'll stick their noses into B main and see if they can catch a lurker. It doesn't look like anybody's there yet, but Stellar's starting to trollops and could potentially be that first victim. Who will be the final girl? DZ on the run back through the B transfer, and Stellar can actually shut down Okeanos, so it's just that front line that needs to be managed. Mikey, though, can finish off Stellar with a shot on that Headhunter, and that'll be enough for the B site feast. Corey hungry for more, though. Not ready for this angle that Mikey's taken, and that's shot number 2 on the Headhunter that receives value. But it's been enough time for DZ to be able to lean C site, so Blinn, their attack is still not necessarily reliable, and that's why the lurks continue. Mikey sticks around, waiting out B-Dog's shots as the swing occurs through Garage, and it's 1-for-1 on either side. Mikey escapes, though, through B main, so it's effectively a 3v2 when it all wraps up, and that means B-Dog can get overwhelmed next. Blinn skipping from meal to meal, and they will eat good this round, opening up the game with theirs.
What are they eating is the question. And it seems like victory, so first
Yummy.
point on the board.
Victories for dinner.
Chilling with that, but yeah, I like the Neon so far. Pistol round definitely working out. I feel like if you're playing Neon, the pistol round is always going to be working out. You're able to pick fights more aggressively. You know, the accuracy, I believe, is a lot better now with the slide as well, so.
Yeah, it's, you get a lot of movement options on this. But Okeanos is not without help. Notice how aggressively Spaz is already keyed up to this fight. Of course, a gun diff is a gun diff is a gun diff, and with Okeanos still poking with the W key, he's going to get that first blood. Mikey watching, no trademark required. We'll just spin on to Adder, who has been lurking behind, and he'll actually win out that first fight. Swings again with a Sheriff, could be dangerous, but Blinn is able to shut that one down and retake control of the A lane. But nothing more than that. Okeanos very patient, waiting for the rest of this team. Very prevalently, these two initiators to make their way on over, so they can util dump onto a site that DZ very well may be occupying, which, indeed, they are.
It could make their way over on onto A. This is going to be quite easy, especially with the weaponry that we're seeing come through from DZ, though Corey making some damage.
That's a great cut with the fast lane. Just easy one. And now Okeanos can post up really wherever he pleases. In hell, under hell, might need to get near Spike, though, as Stellar, with a shock dart, is able to at least shut down Teague. Monsi now taking the reins, will also take a shock dart to the gullet. Okeanos, not really much you could do about that, but wait for the rest of DZ to come screaming back through C-Link and A Heaven. Not C-Link, A-Link and A Heaven. But now it's a 3v2 as Spaz has made his way back over to main. Nothing else needed to pay attention to. The whole gang's here. Now, how does the fight progress? Is DZ just going to opt for the second round save again like they did before on Sunset? They very well might. Not too much time to go, but Okeanos and Monty both quite low. They'll both swing in, and Okeanos will turn up. Nothing doing on either of these dinky guns that DZ has to offer this round. Blinn, make it clean for a second.
Yeah, finally being able to put themselves up on the lead, which could mean a lot, but now the biggest worry is, you know, how they're going to be able to handle a round like this one. I'm curious as to having Teague keep the Vandal. You would assume it would be given over to the Duelist, but I'm assuming... yeah, it was. Okay, yeah. I was sussing that out.
Oh, you're good. You're locked in.
Good thoughts from Blinn, especially knowing that. You know, Okeanos really could pull through, and I like this. They're doing exactly what I wanted to see, pushing Okeanos to the top and really emphasizing their own gameplay.
Recon for the entry, so that, like you said, Okeanos doesn't necessarily get as much ground off rip. And so then it really becomes a question of when you tear that Band-Aid off, which is what DZ really wrestled with on the defense with Corey's Neon. You get that one shot, one opportunity, and B-Dog will have to manage two. Mikey taking the brunt of the damage, though. Nice turn from We Did to save face and trade back. Now, with the help of the smoke, we'll be able to step back out. Mikey, yeah, you have to have a lot of brevity to take a fight like that when you're in this position, but will opt to not this time around instead. Gonna save up for the big one. The push on to A side again. Okeanos not nearly as aggressive this time around, seeing if anybody could already be a little early here. Free shock darts for your troubles from Stellar. His DPR is gonna be nuts this game. But, well, DZ's round tally is now you have to, once again, enter here. Adder, with the help of the cage, will dodge that trademark. And it will... I don't know if that is giving it away, but Mikey's already been called out, so now you can kind of just enter lane for free, as can the rest of DZ onto site. Teague has far too much to manage, right? Yeah, into 2 on the left end. And so DZ will keep 3 standing for their own bonus.
Yeah, DZ pulling through, finally with a win of their own now, coming into that 3rd round, but yeah, a good performance. Stellar definitely carrying just a bit on the Sova there, and you know, aiding with that information, which is interesting too, because like seeing the contrast of having that fade on Monty and then having Stellar playing into that Sova definitely give you, you know, kind of like the insights of what works and what doesn't. But double initiator setup working for both sides so far. Now looking into who's going to be able to pull through with this round. Already pre-fire coming down through in mid, but huge stall.
And it seems like both teams wanting to exact some control over lane, but DZ can put more resources into the pot. A smoke to guarantee that no one will wait in the lobby. And DZ will finalize one site. Now number 2. Blinn poking their heads into B main. Okeanos once again searching for that first blood. Much braver than the rest. Kind of has to be in order to enable these fights.
Yeah, chilling about. Could have huge potential here, especially with B-Dog and Stellar watching. But if Stellar goes down, the B-Dog is not there for any sort of potential for trade.
Ooh, big util dump here. Does Blinn think they can get away with something? B-Dog is waiting, but not with a gun that can spray. Still catches ahead. And now Stellar's alone. What can he accomplish? Not the second on the Spaz, but half damage, so now Corey can take the reins down lane. But look where Okeanos has made his way towards. Once again, so much ground covered. And that's the beauty of Haven, is that there are so many places where you can just sink your teeth into while the fight rages on. And as long as Blinn is careful, steady, continuing man for man, then it doesn't matter how slow you are. It doesn't matter how little is on point. You still get it for free, and you still get an even fight. Now a 3v3 for Blinn's favor. Okeanos already in the back. Gets to catch Adder early on. Now he has to wait for his share. We'll duck back into Garage, and now it's the 2 for Okeanos getting aggressive. Spaz to help out. But DZ will win out that trade war, and so it's down to just Mikey, who went for the wraparound through Garage. But DZ, they don't have enough time to clear. They have to step on. First tap, Mikey, the first swing. Where are you, DZ? On Spike for 1. Where is Corey? Wrapping around, half of Spike to grab. First tap, not a second, still wins the fight. Do you have enough time to get this done? Just enough. A little under 2, and DZ will tie us up.
Yeah, and they used everything. So, I mean, for Core to win that fight in a 1v1, no util to utilize. The run and gun definitely fitting that, but it's so odd to be able to see Haven just being played in general after so long. I think it is going to take some time too. Like, you know, obviously strategies are there. We can go and revert back to the OG of how things were done, but you know, with new agents, obviously now the Neon kind of taking favoritism over the hands of Blinn.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see the way they handle it, but now Okeanos getting early info, leaving out or stepping back.
Oh, really taking a backseat. A second flash. A cage to try to divert, but Adder is far too late. Weeded is not, though. Already on site. And the Hunter's Fury on default gives him some extra time to potentially step out. But Spaz is watching this, waiting to see if this one angle that has yet to be covered is not. But Weeded has a free seat to the entire site. You need to swing on to that once the smoke is gone, and they don't. DZ regains C site by just having some guy stand on it the whole time. And they'll make it work, turn it into a lead.
That was quick. Like, what the heck happened there? Again, just shut down the moment that the choke point was there and then running with it. And that's one of the things that also I felt like conflicted with Haven, just like figuring out, you know, what is the entry going to look like up towards C? And I think this is beautiful. The flash coming through, working together as a team. Weeded signaling out the corners. They knew they could peek with that paranoia. So right there, it was just really big brain play coming through from Weeded.
Okay, let's get set up. This goes here.
But it brings us back to a point that I think you very well mentioned, is that, you know, in Haven's new infancy in the pool, you really just have to get used to it again. And all the while, you're also preparing for Abyss in the playoffs and forward for comp. So much on the laundry list of these teams that we'll partially get to see flesh out here. Only 5 rounds in, and this is already a whirlwind game. Monsi on this fade. A lot of questions around how much you can do with this agent on the attack in this meta right now. The haunts have been good for instant engagement, and when you're running a Neon, that will work. But after the fact, Monsi has had to rely on a lot of dry swings and trades. And unfortunately, he didn't do too well in that department on the previous map. So definitely a time to lock in for this fade and manage without a lot of the resources that you get to call your own on some of these other initiators, namely those true blinds. A lot to walk into on A site, but a lot of it is ground level. So Blinn will just hop, skip, and jump on over it. And DZ, all they can do is the same thing they do every time for these retakes. Wait in Link, wait in Heaven for the spike to go down and everyone else on Blinn to reposition. And Aftershock to force Adder to swing out early, and he'll at least get his. But DZ still have to walk onto this site, still have to engage, and Monsi was able to cross the street. A lot of angles that Blinn get to manage, namely with that operator, and Mikey holding main with nobody coming up behind him. It should be absolute freedom for Blinn. And indeed it is. Spaz nailing 2 more in the coffin for himself as well to tie things up for Blinn.
They revealed their weaknesses.
They rushed that in pretty heavily. I think there that was great. Monsi clearing off back site, but you know, with B-Dog trying to play off the info coming through from Adder, it did collide a little bit. They knew that somebody was up in Heaven. Teak did an immense job at actually stopping any sort of push from coming down, you know, with that Aftershock. So I think this team definitely settling down just a bit, especially with the initiator util, and now figuring out what they're going to do with that Senti. Mikey looking up towards C and leaving flank util there.
There's one thing we know Blinn for, it's proactivity, and they're showing the new ways in which they're accomplishing that on this map as we speak. On the attack, hard to do when so much of it is unlocked, when the site is almost a triviality. For them to be so willing to engage immediately on top of that, especially when they know there's probably a lurker or two closer than they would bargain for. Oh boy, Mikey trying to go for it on the op swing, walks into an op of his own. Good to see B-Dog back on the jet. But Blinn find treasure elsewhere. A lane fight is one of the 2v1, and the breach is gone from DZ, meaning that their retake game far weaker now. They'll have to rely on B-Dog's peaks, but Mans is in the wrong spot. Blinn is rotated all the way over through the garage, and even has Okeanos stood up on main for this pinch onto Cubby placement where Adder has put himself in. They are prepared for everything. They just need to exact it. Okeanos is not watching on the right timing. Adder once again strikes before them, and now has a free sightline onto C site. Blinn have to win almost 3 fights at once, and they won't. Instead, they'll try to push off of the Rolling Thunder while Monsi plants for free on the back end. And now is when the fight starts. But Adder, once again, early to this party, allows time for the rest of DZ to invade pretty quickly and easily. And one more op shot for the road, because why not show it off again? DZ take the lead.
It was surprising the timing actually coming through from Adder too. Slowly moving up C. And then everybody else just like slowly following behind coming through garage. So you do have a huge delay there that did lead to the victory of DC. I think Adder put himself in such a prime set position, especially with the ultimate coming through, gave them information on what they need to do, allowed everybody to keep their positions, and then B-Dog keeping patience. So for DZ right now, this is prime, right? They won that last round. They lead Blinn into a timeout. They lead Blinn into a mental despair. So now, how do you pick up from that? And that's what Blinn's going to have to figure out.
I think DZ, once again, they've come into this with a very obvious strategy, which is that their consistent positions can be challenged, but then they just have consistent backup positions for retakes. Like, you see how confident they are just chilling in Link, waiting for this util to go through. They know how Haven goes. The agent meta doesn't change much of that. And so they're very capable of just letting everything go, maybe even losing one in the process, which has happened a couple times. That's what has gotten Blinn to net a couple extra rounds for themselves. But if they just play for this retake, if they just play for this full-blown push, then, I mean, where does Okeanos end up sitting? He'll have to rotate immediately. You can target him first if he pokes his head out. That's fine. If Teague or Monsi try to push a little further off with this initiator, especially Monsi, who has to try to make these Prowlers work somehow, especially if DZ's being patient, then you're fine with catching him too. There is always a moment for DZ to exact, and, I mean, as expected of them, being picked up, being undefeated, being favorites, being playoff contenders, they know that. Like the back of their hand.
No, that's huge actually though too, because they did set a fault line to try to stop the side of Blinn from pushing the way they normally do up towards A. That's exactly what they do. So still having the paranoia, is able to push for something else under the circumstance that it's needed.
Which won't be just yet, of course. Because Haven is a map in which so much time can go by and it seems like nothing happens, but it's really just a lack of intel trade, process of elimination. Who wants to be a millionaire 50-50 that both these teams try to cash in as often as possible. Nightfall at the ready here for Monsi, and this is one of the big reasons you play Fade, because on these instant takes where, in fact, there are players who are ready for you, which in DZ's case, this time there are, you can play with so much more of an advantage. Okeanos able to run in for free, and with Neon, he has a lot of fun doing that. Will finally go down, but enough space has been taken by Blinn to exact onto A site, and even have some space for Mikey to check for some lurkers early as the spike gets planted. Guarantee for this Lincoln Heaven retake. The B-Dog still has an operator for. Poor kid has a lot of work to do and a lot of swinging to accomplish on his own. Spaz loses the fight. Cloudburst up first, but Teague will trade back onto Adder, and now it's a Jet who's alone. Teague will once again step out and once again find one more to net Blinn an early victory in the post plant, tying us up again.
Dude, they had, oh man. And it sucks because you're left with the Jet and the Cypher, but then you had everybody else that you really needed for retake situation just die. Corey, right? We did Stellar. Everybody that could have led you to success there decided to keep themselves on site and fight for it. When in reality, I mean, it's hard enough for B-Dog to fight that with the op. But, you know, with that going down, is able to, actually not able to keep it. Mikey picking it up for the sake of Blinn Esports on the attack, which is going to be scary in itself.
He's already found some fun angles with this for sure. And he'll do it again with the constant lurk, which is perfect, especially when he can just place a trademark on top of his tracks to cover them. DZ cannot push that forward on lane as consistently when Mikey has this operator, especially when it's smoked out too. But B-Dog has been hanging out in the sewers, does see that trademark, does see Blinn's graffiti-like mark etched onto this entrance. So always a possibility that Mikey is in fact going to check out again. Ooh, a fight between two of the champions of the operator metagame, both in player and in agent capacity. But B-Dog instead will make the wide rotation over to A main, which is where Blinn still wanted to control all along. Here they come to lobby with the smoke to cover whatever entrance they may choose, keeping it uncertain, but they will explode on a lane and it'll force B-Dog back unaware of how many people may be there. Good call, considering there is a fat stack in your way. But once again, they'll try to stay on site, and with no Nightfall, Blinn has got to make it up with something else. It's a perfectly timed fault line and relay bolt to guarantee the stun onto that Jet. Knives and improbability. And rushing on to hell, Okeanos has to save the day against a Rolling Thunder. Monsi still grabs the kill as well. Everyone from Blinn is able to perform as well as they need to.
Wow.
And in fact, no more even needs to be used. Blinn takes the lead.
Dude, they're just running them down on A, and it's a repetitive A. Yeah, it's a huge repetitive A site take. I mean, now they know that Mikey has the up, so it is going to be a lot of caution going into the defense, but I'm surprised that, with that information moving towards A, they don't just kind of decide either on the retake, or I know the aggressive push was coming through from DZ in hopes of kind of countering that, but it is quite difficult. They can't find something, so now emitting to the flank and seeing if that's going to work and fighting down towards mid.
I think DZ get very excited about early win cons, and Blinn, being the proactive team that they are, they take advantage of that all too often. If you don't let B-Dog operator down C lane and just take A site with a Nightfall, then you have a guaranteed round. If you don't let B-Dog use his knives and overwhelm him with raw presence and then kill him first before the rest of the team can act, great. Then you're set up once again for basically a round, because DZ has once again gone too forward. B-Dog will do that again, this time with, of course, a lesser gun to try and find an earlier peek. And it almost goes well, but in fact, he'll have to duck back and just play for the shifted weight onto A site, which is once again where DZ are posted up. It's clear they do not want to give this site away anymore. They want to take the fights early on, at least on this save round.
Yeah, they're so much more capable of taking the C site fights down on a retake. So applying extra attention over towards A, maybe keeping the Jet up in mid, knowing that B-Dog is able and very, very accessible to win those fights. So yeah, obviously pushing through with the ultimate. Now Okeanos making their way onto site.
And with a Guardian, Adder does not get a whole lot of opportunities to take the crucial shot. Okeanos just gonna, guarantee this site with the overdrive. No one can step foot in, and there is no substantial garage presence. In fact, it still theoretically needs to be checked because Mikey's operator could be staring at you. Indeed it is. Teague fault line, so has to set up util in response. That's the ticket for DZ to come in. Huge blind from Corey to open the floor up for the rest of Blinn to get those kills, and Monsi's gonna be ultimately the linchpin for it, taking that far corner, and far too much for DZ to stare down with their lesser guns. Blinn make it a 2-round gap.
Still waiting.
Not working as well as I thought it was going to for, that flank potential. But definitely loading up on the ultimates just a bit. I think this timeout, very, very well deserved. If anything, it is the defense, right? Retakes are 10 times harder, especially on the A site. I feel like definitely more plausible on C. But that's the biggest issue, right? You're looking at DZ, and all they're trying to do is just apply maybe a 6-6, right? Give themselves some leeway down in the attack. Give themselves some time to really adjust to what Okeanos is going to set through with that Neon. But that's also another thing. The Neon being such a huge captivator for this team of Blinn, and just going in and taking these fights.
Yeah, confidence is, I think, definitely the big issue. And like you said, it's really difficult to do when you're playing Haven defense, when basically your only options feel like, okay, we either take a disadvantaged fight on whatever site these guys choose, or we play for a retake in which these guys get to take, 3 angles minimum? It's a really tough ask, especially when your only true blinds are Corey, and We Did mainly has to focus on the back line. You can't open up everything at once, and if Blinn just have one of the right people there, then you're pretty set. That's the beauty of Haven attack that Blinn is going to attempt to recycle with what looks to be a C lane peer, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how long it takes them to go over to A lane.
Yeah, huge push though through from Okeanos. And this is where you really take into account what DZ's trying to do. Hold this back, but it's just not working.
Okeanos, once again, no overdrive needed to push the back of C site this time. And Blinn have found another new home on that attack.
Spike planted.
The B-Dog pretty early here to this lurk. Mikey has to win this. Ooh, or just not lose it either. That's some time wasted for B-Dog to try and push it forward, but the rest of DZ, now they'll come calling. They know the fight is here and now. And Stellar doing a lot of work from that back line to set up the proper angle for Blinn to get overwhelmed. Now it's just down to Mikey, but inside this smoke, and with just an operator, you have no way of clearing that. And in fact, DZ will not lose another body in the process. Keep it 3 stable for their 5th round. And that was exactly what we were looking for, right? That confidence shown through that round.
Yeah, that's such a prime, like, second smoke to settle down on C. If anything, it just gives way to the fact that they just can't take over C. And yeah, DZ definitely know that this is what Blinn want. Okay, we didn't get C. It hasn't been plausible before. What are we going to do now? And it's more so just fight towards finding picks and isolating those fights while the possible default comes through from Blinn. But of course, Rolling Thunder's still readily available for Blinn as well. So if this is the round, it's going to happen here. The only thing is, if they can shut that down with like Hunter's Fury or anything else, that's where the dire play is.
But you can't do it too early, because then Blinn will read you and then just Rolling Thunder you and then just win the fight. If they're able to read what you rotate to as they rotate into you, then it's not about playing for retakes anymore. It's about playing that fight. And if Blinn guarantee that with a Breach ultimate, I mean, they already did that with a Nightfall, and then they already did that with an Overdrive. Like, they've been able to seesaw off of these one-and-done ultimates so beautifully. And they certainly have the chance to do it again. That's why DZ staying back, allergic to most of these sites, save for, of course, Adder, who is just really excited for someone to look at C-Site. There's the entrance from Oki. A little stunted because of that trap wire. And Corey, great turn onto the sweep. That's the kind of thing that Neon mains are going to look for. And that's the kind of thing that in turn teams are ready for. How about Adder checking out this doorway that is simply not cleared? Blinn not overtaking the site like they should. The presence just not there. And DZ shut down the whimper that there is. But Mikey winning the fight against Adder. Monsi able to swipe away the kills as well on through sight. And all of a sudden, it's just Stellar. The Nightfall guaranteeing he's not on site, and the Haunt guaranteeing that he is in Link. Monsi! Another wonderful performance for just the round, an exclusive stint that'll net Blinn a 7th on the attack.
Dude, they had such prime information. They knew there were 2 players down backside, but they still wanted to fight it with 2 angles exposed, and both of them watching the same thing. So then obviously you get picked off by Mikey, and you're stuck in a very, very awkward position. But you know, all's well with the world, especially with the switch up coming through. And we do get to see B-Dog maybe take more of an aggro role, you know, playing into the duelist role just a little bit more, because it doesn't seem like they were having a good time on the defense. But my worries lay with Okeanos, right? You're playing Neon. It's looking like they're just running it out through Garage. And you know what? I give them kudos. They're cooking here.
Yeah, I think this is absolutely what you do on the pistol round, too. Are you joking? If you can land a relay bolt here, too, because he's got the Ghost. Oh, and you have the fault line as well. Here's the rush. Okeanos relay bolt, but everyone aims his way. It doesn't matter, though, because it's not about Okeanos getting kills. It's about Blinn getting kills. And in fact, they'll get 2 off of that interaction. It is a positive trade up courtyard, and that's all Blinn really need. How about another win on the fight? Adder lurking. Spaz shut down. But DZ, they'll try to push off of that onto A-Site with the lack of presence and go for the 2v4. Granted, there is a lot in this kit. 2 shock darts, 2 flashes to work with. You're able to stall to make it a 2v2 pretty quickly with this pistol, as long as you stay clean. Oh, but this is not going to be clean. This is going to be Monsi coming in through the back while time is wasted from Link. So many angles to manage, and there's no way Corey's even going to sniff this direction. Monsi, easiest kill of his life. Stellar, impossible 1v4. Spaz like Spider-Man dropping onto site. And Blinn will take another pistol and another influential lead this game.
This has got to hurt. And this is a huge turnover. Like, if they could succeed in just denying everything DarkZero is going to push forward here on the defense, it is very much going to a 3rd map. And you can kind of hope for that. But for Blinn, for those of you watching who are Blinn fans, I mean, this is huge. Like, they're really putting up a fight. And again, we knew that Blinn was very, very dominant from the start, right? So, overall, it kind of just feels like, you know, we're getting a hint, or DC's getting a hint of what Blinn really is capable of.
There's a lot. There's a lot more that I think is in store for Blinn as well. We haven't even seen the beginning of it. But DZ getting the drop, as Blinn hoped to do on this attack. it'll lead to them profiting immediately. Spaz falling on this early defense, and DZ will use it to have a lot of leverage on this B site. They'll try and see if anybody else pokes out early on the tap. Nothing doing there. But a lot of presence on these links that they'll just have to push off of immediately. Looking at Okeanos mainly with this breach. It's the right combination at the right time. But speaking of which, that paranoia for We Did, wasting time, making this a one-sided effort. Corey haven't hit those shots. He will, just enough. And now you only have to look one direction. Everyone from DZ turns their heads into a round 14 that they can be very proud of.
My favorite boy band, DZ One Direction. And honestly, it is so far, they have really been going, like, not down the drain, but they just haven't had the best rounds as of late, obviously going 6-8, but this is good. Like, I feel like this is prime moment, buying into a round that they were confident they were going to win, and then kind of putting Blinn in such an economic despair. So those first 2 rounds, definitely going to be theirs. They just need to recollect this, especially now with Mikey looking to push themselves forward.
Oh, big smoke to try to immediately gain that presence. But Spaz is doing a good job of playing keep away despite how many people are here. We Did still holding on, seeing if anybody pokes in through the bottom, but no one falling for it. At least not at first here. Mikey, first poke out right into Adder's sight lines. And he'll actually go for seconds here onto the other door and guarantee their position too. But what does that do other than recognize that they're at spawn? Monsi will get in completely undetected with all that attention paid to Mikey, and we'll trade back out in favor of Stellar. But still, again, a great ground gained off of not much to call your own. That is what Blinn lives for. And they'll see what else DZ tries to throw at the problem here. It doesn't seem like anybody can step in. Now Spaz has this one way with the smoke down C lane, gets to take free pot shots as DZ just stares that down, and suddenly there's 35 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, movement now making its way up towards C, but there is still Mikey there. And of course, economy doesn't matter too much when you're playing on... Obviously, just doesn't matter at all, because now you get shot down by Adder, and you have to try to find other routes.
Well, let's hop on back over to C-Site. To say Okeanos and Teak. As, a lot of control for DZ. They've really infected these links. You have to clear so much.
Yeah.
And you only, I mean, you do have paranoia, but that would have to be expended so early. B-Dog already some freebies on the garage window, so it's C-Link that's garnered as the better option for this pushback. Okeanos will start things off with a really solid shot to the dome. Corey does not need to poke his head out here, and good reason not to. He's at 5 HP, but Teague, another great kill onto Adder, and suddenly it's up to B-Dog and Corey a lot more, but Corey, beautiful shots on the Marshall to suddenly and completely turn this around, guarantee a lack of time for Teague, and hand the round to DarkZero.
I think that was brilliant too, because the whole idea behind the buys that they really pushed forward with is, okay, well now, you know, economy isn't that bad. We can invest into something more and give ourselves that third round that really wouldn't be in our favor originally. And I think this is perfect, because this would typically be like their bonus round, right? Especially after buying into that second round. So Corey now loaded up with the ultimate. Everybody has Vandals except for maybe We Did, but even then that's fine. Paranoia's still there. So Blinn at this moment, they're stuck in a dire position. They could farm for some orbs, maybe get Teague that Rolling Thunder, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah, this round is definitely a fulcrum going forward for DZ's attack. Mikey, oh my goodness, B-Dog cannot lock in the headshot. And lane is overtaken, but DZ sees that as the sign to press even further, especially with We Did heading up to short, but that's shut down too. Adder the lurk as well. Absolutely nothing working for this attack this round. Mikey almost with the lineup, but instead it's Teague who will take the reins and allow for the rest of DZ to walk into their gravesite. A 2-round lead for Blinn this late into the half as well. This is looking really juicy.
They got that huge. I'm surprised that ultimate wasn't used. I mean, I guess there really wasn't time to use it in general for DarkZero.
Nah.
But yeah, it's prime example of things could go wrong. So especially now with Blinn knowing and seeing that everything's going under their water, and it's also going to be harder because playing on the defense, right? You have to apply yourself a lot more, but an aggressive take outside C and huge early info.
In early info, Okeanos now going to go for the rush down C lane. And that'll finally let Spaz kind of get a little closer to the fight early on. Very interesting Rolling Thunder to negate that link push that you could tell Mikey was really excited to try and find something on. But DZ will use it to gain a free sight. That is really solid timing, the kind that those DZ fans have been looking for on this half. Weeded is actually going to sit on Spike, and the Prowler doesn't make it all the way to him, but he'll hop back out as the rest of Blinn have to come calling. Okeanos, of course, the first inside and the first blood for the fight. Teague managing the garage angle as well, and Blinn able to overtake the backline very convincingly. Aftershock on top of Spike purely for stall, and Adder still good on the shots. Has to be better, though, as the rest of Blinn can overtake. And with the gun diff, they will make it look easy. 4 alive for their 10th.
Dude, there was just so much coming out with the fear of losing control, with the fear of losing the potential to keep this team back. And in reality, right, Corey putting out the Aftershock, I feel like slightly poorly timed, and it definitely could have been better keeping that under the focus of, okay, we don't have any percentage of sight in control right now. Nobody has kept the sight, and smokes are everywhere. What can I do in this situation as the breach? And I do think they tried their absolute best, obviously applying themselves there, but overall, just everybody funneling themselves outside of sight was a huge mistake, but the A site now settled in, and Teague is looking for big defensive play.
TP up from Weeded. He's going to stick to it and have the immediate heaven angle that he'll just drop down from, because the rest of the fight's getting taken early by Blinn. Spaz rushes in with the paranoia, and Weeded has to rush back over to lane, but that's getting watched by Monsi. It's a smattering from Blinn as raw lobby presence overwhelms the attempted drop-off DZ was going for. And again, I say it a million times a match, but you cannot outrun Blinn. They are one of the fastest teams in North America, and they will let you hear it when you forget it.
Dude, timeout especially. You can see them, like, the position that Blinn is putting DZ in right now. Like, Adder being a sentinel playing on this half, on the attacking half, and just not able to... You know, I just feel like here, especially with B-Dog, from the last half, just not able to collect any sort of damage as well, or even a pick. So it has been quite difficult for this team, and you can see that they are kind of in that moment of despair. I'm surprised that the Fade is working so well. I would think that it would be the Sova, but lately it's been, you know, huge clears from Monsi, a lot of pressure being applied on that side as well, especially alongside Teague. So I just think both initiators on Blinn are doing a hell of a work, especially 15 assists.
Yeah.
Like, where is that coming from?
Yeah. I mean, these both the Nightfalls and the Rolling Thunders have been like mood pieces for rounds when they're executed. Like, they are so influential, and they're placed so far back too. DZ, like, the injections that Blinn has been able to get for these ultimates, I mean, you're not even clearing sight. You're clearing, like, CT half the time with these guys. And it looks so bloody effective, especially when they're both on the same duelist at the same time. I mean, the targeting has also been immensely powerful from Blinn, finding really crucial picks at the right times. But DZ, they'll get to try again. Not with the best guns this time around. We'll see what they can do. It's nothing but an uphill battle for the rest of this game, seemingly. Early hold again. Adder desperately trying to be that cutoff man. Can't make it happen this round. Easy turn in with the help of the flashpoint. A 4v5 now. No traps to cover your tracks, and that means Okeanos is already salivating at the idea of flanking.
They have huge potential for the flank too, especially with now the high gear and the ultimate loaded up, but already pushing themselves up onto the A site, and it's been cleared. So DZ settled in nice in A site. It's pretty hard to entry for a retake, other than the fact that they do have, you know, Monsi there with the ultimate.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing. It's actually going to be let go now. Blinn seemingly want to take the fight early yet again. The overdrive popped out from Okeanos. Where is he going to search? Not anywhere for a while, with the Aftershock drowning him out. But the rest of Blinn come calling. Mikey, the opening pick, and the rest of Blinn start turning to the defense. The rest of DZ turning tail. Gun diff? Screw that. Power diff Okeanos is amped up, pun very much intended, and Blinn retake flawlessly.
Match point.
I think it really is just like the difference of having that neon. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's really strong.
I think too, it's incredibly difficult to play against an agent that is moving so drastically. So now you have to accustom yourself with your crosshair, and then you have another person peeking, and it's like you're shooting a moving mouse. Like it's almost impossible to be able to pick those fights, and it gives more confidence over to Blinn. And obviously with everything else involved with the initiator help, really does pull through. But the A site just looking for one pick there, and it might just be on Adder.
The onus has been on him all too often to open up something for this attack. And it hasn't even been necessarily on Haven. Garage presence really solid here. B-Dog again, the opener, nothing to go off of. Spaz doesn't finish the fight though. And DZ sees that as the sole opportunity. But Spike is not there. Adder has to rush back on. Luckily though, Blinn understanding. Their retake game not as strong either. Monsi also at lane, so this is still a 3v4 they do not want to take. And the recon bolt posted up before the spike goes down. Blinn know that there's not a whole lot DZ have to work with for this post plant. The flank from Monsi could be huge, especially with Stellar forced to stay on this Hunter's Fury. Monsi, the time is now to kill before Stellar gets one for himself, but no, it's a trade ultimately. And now Monsi has to rush back. Weeded's gonna have to keep track of that too. But that's all they'll have to keep track of. It's the only defender available. And so DZ, they can puppy guard this spike. Adder holding up on Link. He will fall. Weeded will fall as well from Garage Window. And suddenly it's a little more fun. It's certainly not a round for Blinn, but it is something to keep DZ on their toes. And with an economy as remarkably detrimental as DZ's right now, those 3 kills will in fact matter.
At least putting a round on the board, which could slowly pedal into something else. But my biggest thing is we got 4 rounds in order to reach OT. If you're in the position of DZ, you know, it really is up to the fact that, hey, let's use everything pretty strategically. The main objective is just to eliminate economy there from Blinn. So, you know, take out the op that Mikey has bought, which is going to be hard to get by. And just to really read into this. But of course, Smoke already set up, knowing Mikey might try to push themselves for this purchase.
Will be into Garage. Hey! Look, Adder got a kill! Oh my god, he got first blood too. Oh, B-Dog switching up into Garage as well. They've snuck in. Oh, what a heist this round is. Mikey, the huge turn, though, with the headhunter. 2's all he'll get. What an effort, though, to potentially once again turn this round on its head. Luckily, though, DZ will escape scot-free with everything else. And it'll be another 3v1 with Monsi. Once again, the last one there. Let's see how much you can do this time, buddy.
Just looking for a move up. But they've already done phenomenal so far at shutting everything down. Mikey lost the op. Economy, it's still really good for this team. It's probably not going to take another maybe 2 rounds until we get to see a drastic change. And yeah, Monty knows that.
Yeah.
It's kind of settling for less, but looking for the exit frags to maybe keep DZ at bay.
Exit frag is not guaranteed, but quite close to it. And yeah, now everyone's going to be coming your way. There's one. That's all Monsi will get. And DZ make it 9-12. And we see the eeks of what makes DarkZero, or I guess Turtle Troop DarkZero, or I guess Turtle Troop, or whatever kind of, however you want me to say it in chat. I covered all your bases. But variance is such a key tool that DZ utilizes that you don't see a lot of other top North American teams do. All too often, it's just raw mechanics and defaulting that a lot of teams that were at the top, like OXG and MXS, you see them execute all too often. DarkZero thrive on a remarkably deep playbook when it comes to spike setups, when it comes to lineups, when it comes to synergy with util and creeping up on angles. They have so many ideas that they're ready to use. And on Haven, it's clear that they also have that. but they just haven't gotten to execute as often. That attack was an example of something that I think they've been cooking up for a while. And it's so crazy to say any of that because DarkZero doesn't have a coach. These are just 5 of the greatest minds in Valorant, labbing it up perpetually over the past 3 to 4 years and letting it all out on the table.
Long time coming. I think Blinn 2 in this moment. Just honestly feeling the pressure of, you know, obviously seeing Corey having the Rolling Thunder. Now B-Dog settling in with the potential, if they do lose this round, you know, they do have the Blade Storm. So, I mean, they can't lose this round regardless, but they have the Blade Storm and it's there. So, they could use it. Right now, though, in this moment, definitely settling down smoke towards C to create some sort of diversion. Yeah, and it does. It grabs the attention of Spaz.
He'll step out right as the Owl Drone is clocked by Okeanos, who will step out in kind and let B-Dog hop on into B site because it's being watched by Teague no longer. And Tailwind's right out. 5v4. Opportunities slipping away for this defense. Blinn operate on speed. And they have decidedly run a foot race here on Haven that they are 1 round away from winning. But whether it's a false start or a missed hurdle, DZ has come calling again. The post up from Stellar's enough for B-Dog to net a second 2 bodies. Monsi finally shutting that down. But with just an operator and Mikey not in the right spot, this will be a guaranteed C site. You have to wait for this 2v. And what a tough 2v it's going to be. Oh, the immediate garage take too. They really want to rub it into Monsi, who is so close to them. Close enough for Adder to hop up on top of that paranoia and finalize, making it a 1v3 with the tour de force and Adder waiting with the sightline. Catches it. Vandal picked up by Mike. Do or die here. And the door not watched. DZ, yet again, lock in, and are 2 rounds out from taking us to OT here on Haven.
And this is a huge change of pace. The thing is like with momentum, like you just continue running with it. And that's exactly what DZ have been doing, kind of denying Blinn. And they've been taking a lot more 1v1s. And that's what they know they're best at, right? We got to see that in the last game with Adder and Corey, Weeded, Stellar, everybody on this team. And now they're finally able to accustom to that. B-Dog starting to pick it up, right? From going 6 and whatever, now finally having those 11 kills. And possibly getting more as well. But of course, C-Site looking pretty attractive, and Stellar's going to be able to give info on that.
Big rolling thunder immediately from DarkZero. It's on to nothing, but it matters not. What matters is that you've taken sight, and Spaz has been called out already. Okeanos can manage the fight against a B-Dog. Knife to the dome, 36 HP. And DZ overtake again on a crucial round where Blinn is buying. They still definitely will have the creds to keep up. But DZ constantly against a kitted out Blinn squad. There is nothing that is let through here. Is this a flawless? Yes, it is. Handing the reins to B-Dog of all people to grab the last one as well. And if that isn't a disrespectful round to make this as close as it can be, I do not know what is.
This goes here.
It might just be the OT that DarkZero have been looking for, but there is one more round to look forward to. But once you get B-Dog starting to pick it up, it's going to be pretty difficult from then on to continue, because that 2K coming through and now finally putting themselves slightly on the top of the board from coming from the bottom, right? Like, that's a very, very big mental change.
Huge shifts all around. Nobody from Blinn pushing forward. And it's on the backs of Mikey's operator, which is once again sitting in sewer. DZ not even gonna lift a finger about that thing. Monsi, don't even launch a cat his way. Let's just take this 4v5. Let's just win this now. But Blinn has some things to say, and a Nightfall to let go that they will use to take over Garage and swipe away 3 immediately. No sniper required. Silence in the DZ watch room. Silence on C-Site, where so much action wanted to occur at the same time as that Garage pinch. But it is not to come. 2v5 for DarkZero to clutch this up and take us to overtime to get this done in 2 maps. But if there's any team to take us to 3, like they do all too often, it is Blinn, a team begging for a win
30 seconds
this
left.
huge for this group stage. I mean, getting up in the standings would guarantee them a spot in Challengers going forward. They wouldn't have to worry about that relegation. Playoffs is definitely a far cry, but they can make up a decent bit of ground with what time they have. And they have quite a bit. 1 more map's worth, in fact, as the rest of DZ get cleared on B site. Certainly some eeks from that DZ attack, and we'll certainly have to watch for it in future Havens. But we will indeed be going to map 3 after Blinn net their 13th.
They finally got a win of their own, and they're going to put that down to the series. It's going to be a 3rd map, which is crazy because I wasn't expecting a performance like this. I really do think, you know, obviously with a pickup coming from B-Dog and then finally being able to get their head in the game, there was huge potential for them to be able to win this out in a 2-0. But, you know, of course, things don't work out that way when you're getting pummeled by a team that has so much potential.
These moments maybe flash in the pan, but these teams certainly are not. Staying power galore as we head to map number 3 after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Is definitely 2022 Loud. I feel like that was like the best team to ever like be assembled, to be honest. They were just like dominating in every tournament they played, and then they won champs.
I'll have to go, my favorite roster, I'll say for whatever I've played on, has to be the original Kitten Shelter roster. I like that roster a lot.
I think my favorite VCT roster would probably have to be the old Optic roster before they disbanded. Those guys were just too good. They had like probably the best player in each role at the time.
Any favorite roster I enjoy watching? I like watching PRX play because they're very, obviously, very aggressive, very highlight reel team.
My favorite roster from present or past Valorant would probably be the old Sonics Australian roster, the one that originally came to NA with Dizzy Life, Plix, Crunchy, Bob, and Ian.
Favorite roster ever? Prime Loud probably, like with Pencata, Saucy, Aspasles, and Sadek. Definitely favorite roster to watch easily.
Yeah, I think my favorite roster I've seen in Valorant is probably the Optic one, because they were very like good, they were consistent, but also those were like people that I know, like obviously we're not like close friends or anything, but it's people that like I played with in like other games, or it's people that like I respect a lot, that I know a bit more than just like, you know, the EU teams. I don't really talk to them, so it's hard for me to feel connected to them. But with Optic, yeah, it was fun to cheer for them on the side. Those were good people, and they had like probably the 5 best players on their best role at the time, so it was a pretty fun time to watch them play.
Personally, the best roster that I've ever played on is mine right now, but in Valor in general, probably like I think Gen G is a pretty cool roster.
I think the first like esports team that I really liked was Cloud9 League of Legends, like way back in the day. So it was like Sneaky, Meteos, Lemon Nation, High, and Balls, I think was the roster. That was like probably the first esports team I ever like actually kept up with and watched. So I watched them from like, I don't know, like the beginning to like maybe like I think 2018 I stopped watching C9 League of Legends. So yeah, that was definitely my first and my favorite team to actually be a fan of.
Maybe one of my past teams would just be my old KCP roster, Kansas City Pioneers. Had like Physics, Scuba, Scourge, JMO. It was just a chill roster, and we were just all like young up and coming players like wanting to grind. You know, we're all just really good friends, and they're fun to play with and fun to learn together. It's probably just these guys, to be honest.
All right, well, Blint stepping up on Haven, and even if it got pretty close at the end, still able to be bringing out the win. Now taking us to a map 3 in this series, both winning out on their map pick. Kendrick, something I'm sure you appreciated.
I do appreciate it quite a bit, actually, Sierra. I really do enjoy seeing more of Blinn, seeing more of Okeanos on Neon, because that needs to happen a lot more often. The breakneck frenetic pace that Blinn is known for was tenfold on this map, and while it definitely led to a bit of a tough defense, because DZ was definitely able to kind of let themselves be known a little too often, a little too far, because of the sacrifices you make with that speed, but when they were able to take fights of their own volition, which was enough times, man, did they look powerful.
Oh yeah, and I love too that we've gotten to see each team kind of step into this duelist that's gotten this new breath of life. Also, just saying, whoever's bringing out the Neon is ending up winning. Just
I guess
throwing
so,
that one
man.
out there. Yeah, it's nice. But Gomps, I want your impressions. You're the biggest Haven fan. You're jumping up in your chair. I thought you were about to break our headphones earlier. How do you appreciate seeing Haven back at it?
I actually really liked it, but it did feel a little messy. And I definitely saw the strategy was there. A lot of the time, it really was just picking off fights, finding some sort of isolation. But it's the same frustration with the A site where it's almost impossible to get the, the re-entry, right? And stuff like that really does frustrate what the A side is and how easy it is for the attacking side to abuse that, like I feel like Blinn did. They just did a way better job at executing with the Neon to just deteriorate the mental of DZ and make them feel uncomfortable when those entries were coming in, knowing that, okay, Neon's just going to fly in and we just got to deal with it. So I think Neon might be the next best thing on a map like Haven.
I mean, yeah, any map that isn't just side by side, something super tiny, Neon has just been so good. And it's been really nice being able to see her back into the pool just a little bit more, especially too, when you have two great duelists on each side of the board here, being able to see it, Corey for game 1 and then now Okeanos on game 2. It's been really electrifying. It's something as well that teams are really going to have to make sure that they have a really good way to be stopping the space being taken. I mean, I'm even remembering, Tenric, the one time where it looks like Adder should have this A site locked down. There's a trip here, there's a trip there, like all the util, and Okeanos just goes bounce right over all the util entries, breaks all of it. You need something else as well, even if this was extremely close for both sides.
Yeah, this is how I describe Okeanos to my friends is how I think I describe a lot of Blinn. Is Okeanos is an incredible duelist that cannot carry his team by himself. We saw that in Spades on Sunset, where he was always able to get his and played the early denial that Blinn wanted to favor so heavily, but no one else could really keep up. And now, here on Haven, we have seen an enabled Neon controlled by the Okeanos just go haywire. And so, two sides of the same coin, where will it land when we go to Icebox?
I don't know, but talking about that Icebox picks, this is not new. This is something we've had around for a while. So we definitely have expectations coming out from the teams when we see this map as our third end decider. I mean, Gomps Blinn like that double controller. This is where they bring out that Harbor and that Viper. And looking on the side of DZ, standard good stuff all around. I'm curious if they swap up or if they stick to what they know for today.
I got nervous, but I think they're going to stick to what they know. The Harbor, it's actually not terrible. And for me as well, like looking into the Harbor, the double controller composition, they actually work really well with cutting off everything, right? And making you feel uncomfortable, because we got to see that on the B side a lot, where like it was very, very smoke heavy. You know, the double initiator composition definitely worked, but I feel like with the composition they're looking to push with the Harbor, obviously, and the Viper, and leaving that Sova be that only sole initiator, I think is going to work out pretty good.
I'm excited. I think that there might be staying the same, but I'm hoping we get to see something fun and funky as we head into our third map. Aegis Select's ready, so we're going to find out, and I'll catch you two after.
Thanks so much, Sierra. And she's right. We have seen quite a bit of change in the recent couple weeks with the duelist changes. We saw Reyna yesterday here on Icebox, but we will not see that today. In fact, we'll see the comps that both of these teams have been running consistently so far. And like I think both you and Sierra brought up comp, that Harbor is probably the biggest, not blemish, but biggest headline here. Because when Monsi picks this guy up, I don't know what happens, but he goes demonic.
Oh, yeah. And for Monsi too, I think this is the perfect spot to kind of show what he's got, in a team like Blinn, because I think this is such a weird map to apply the Harbor, but it shows the creativity as well coming through from a team like Blinn. And I mean, I'm hyped to see it. DarkZero versus Blinn. I thought that was a W, and I think I might be dyslexic, but we have Blinn versus DarkZero. I just made a discovery today. I was about to say, guys, who messed up on the N at the end? But it was not a mess up.
Whatever the Valorant North America stream brings you, as long as it brings you something, I think it did its job.
Oh, yeah.
We hope it brings a vibrant map 3, as it's DZ starting out on the attack. B-Dog still on that jet. Corey now enabling with the KO instead of the breach. A performance that I don't think we got to highlight enough, but came in clutch way too many times, especially for those fast retakes that Blinn is so known for. And in turn, Icebox was known as Blinn's strongest map. They're riding a high after an initially weak M80 with that new net edition. Blinn was able to swipe away a win from them on this map as well. And that's the last time they played it. So feeling very confident about this entry as DarkZero will end up going for that B default with the Gecko plant. B-Dog with the wide swing, able to deal a lot of the early damage, but upstairs we go, and that's where Blinn is trying to go for the hard hold. Monsi from mid as well, and some initial pressure put on leads to now a puppy-guarded spike with the help of that water wall. In turn, DarkZero will rise to the occasion. Corey having to flesh out Kitchen, and so we'll see the retreat happen from both sides. Monsi's going to end up going all the way back over to B main, while the classic snowman take from Mikey is preferred as well. Spike no longer on that high ground. Mike gonna get swung into first with the flash drive. Should be an easy fight. No, Mikey still gets one. And now it comes down to B-Dog having to get an ace. But a Cove already placed. And so B-Dog knows Monsi is close. Both players quite low, but the frenzy potentially favoring as soon as Monsi gets the better angle, but he doesn't. B-Dog spots him first. And will grab an ace for his troubles. Already halfway, more than it, in fact, to that Blade Storm as DZ net the first round.
Guys, ladies and men, and everyone. That last game was just a warm-up for B-Dog. As the Jet.
Yeah, he's here now.
Yeah, he is here now. And now we finally get to see the capabilities there because, listen, the shots were on point. You couldn't peek the angle thinking that you were going to win. And it was true. Every single time we got to see somebody, try to pick that fight with B-Dog, it was a huge, already 5-0 left down for them. So, yeah, DarkZero starting off strong.
They'll try to twist the knife a little deeper in this B lane lurk. Okeanos on the Sheriff, gonna try and find an early pick. Doesn't go too well. And so he'll go for round 2. Sweeping yellow and searching for potentially someone to come calling. Not immediately though, and on top of that Viper orb, it seems like they'll have to slow down even more. Dizzy thrown out as B-Dog is let fly. But the wall thrown up, Okeanos perfect shot through the wall to at least equalize as We Did will spray back. But yellow is now open for business for behalf of DarkZero, but Blinn, it looks like they want to go for that control again. Spaz getting up close to just grab that Sheriff back and head back out as the Harbor util fades away. The toxic screen is thrown up. Every opportunity available for DZ to go for that default plant. And the knife guaranteeing that presence that they know they'll have to fight against immediately when this is let down. Teague attempted wide angle from the altitude. This is what works well. Shock dart on top of default. It's too much sacrifice just to keep Spike from getting planted. And We Did and Adder can clean house to finalize the round. Blinn keeping it pretty close on the second, though.
Dude, they just... I mean, regardless, the weaponry wasn't necessarily fair, but it's like a big change in the just the overall gameplay and the mechanics that we're seeing from DZ than we saw in Haven. It was very uncomfortable. And, for a new map to be brought into this, it was a huge shot for Blinn to be able to take that victory, but we are going to be able to see what this team is going to be cooking with obviously 3 players settled down on A with some of that Killjoy util surrounding.
Oh, wow. Nice pick from Oak. And that's, Blinn gets to have questionable presence on A site now. That's already a great way to start this bonus off. Now just avoiding the inevitable util dump. The Dizzy is first up on the chopping block. And now everything else will get thrown up in response from Blinn. Okeanos is already back on, as DarkZero don't have a completely staked claim, but good shots from We Did after the call out from on high. Lets them get at least that opening frag. They'll push a little farther. Okeanos still not taken care of yet. That'll finally change, though, after the spray war goes in favor of them, and We Did as well. Able to grab those picks, too. All of a sudden, a 2v1. That Spaz still might be favored in slightly with the gun diff, and swinging on to Corey. Just one more to find, and it's like he knows. But does he now for the wider angle? Yes, Spaz can indeed take care of We Did and keep this bonus as Blinn's.
It's just... I mean, first of all, that's crazy because they were winning fights left and right when it came down to DZ. So to be able to, clutch up for the team really does have to feel good, especially playing onto that Viper role and mindset. But you can abuse a lot of the time the decay that comes with that. So I think Spaz did a really good job at isolating those fights and finding that. So 1-2 coming through. Blinn picking things up drastically, especially after that. But there has to be... you know, huge awareness there from DZ, but they know they're doing things right because they're still winning out majority of their fights.
Huge rush from B-Dog. Immediately it's shut down by the high-low. That's a nice little landscape shot. You really do get to see so much of lane from there, but...
Yeah.
Blind's mid presence is a little up close, but they're cool with it because that owl drone will make sure nobody is going to invade too early. Monsi is safe and sound, as is the rest of Blind, who will once again just vacate A site, knowing that there's a lot that DZ have to throw at this immediately, and from there, the post plant is very much doable. This null command will not end up gaining that much ground other than to just guarantee the site. So where does DZ go from here? Where do you set up? Seems like one on Hell, one in the middle of site. Everybody from DZ just trying to set up proactively here instead of for that spawn take, and it will work to an extent. Mikey called out, and now the entry from the high ground, mostly shut down. But Teague is still making his way on just in time for Spaz to hop in. No shutdown by Corey immediately after the fact. Now the flash drive for the easy swing sprays through, and DZ will finalize their third pretty cleanly.
Yeah, Viper's Pit was put down at such a prime moment on the A site, which I guess is exactly what DarkZero have a pretty good understanding of. You know, double controller, I feel like for the side of Blind used more with the factor of, okay, maybe if we, you know, set down the Viper util on the defense, we can play the retake with Monsi and see how that goes, especially with the ultimate being such a huge, like, area of effect. Yeah, you know, it really does come down to that. But it seems as though right now in this moment not working out as well as they thought, though. Gecko's setting up for the A site.
Big setup. That Okeanos really wants to deny earlier than he can. But he'll step back out again. Very brave, just to try to goad out as much of this as possible. The Thrash is going to spot out Teague on the back end, so everybody else on Blind going to set up their sight lines a little bit earlier here. They will protect Teague at the end of the day, but not Okeanos, who has to get sacrificed, so this retake is a little bit tougher. Everybody hopping in through, and it looks like DZ just wants to take over the entire site, because why not? The answer is, in fact, Teague, who, in not getting let go, is the only one to get any frags. He'll grab two, but DZ turning A site into a jungle gym on this save.
Yeah, dude, 360 shot is crazy, but, you know, honestly, having fun. DZ, this is their best map coming into the last time they lost this map was like mid-season. So, I mean, they're feeling pretty good about it. They've solidified their composition. They know what they're comfortable with. I think the Gecko's performance as well has been immense in providing tons of early information to move it onto site. But I don't even think they're that aggressive. For DZ, they just pick that first fight. They know what site they want to go to after that, and then they really rush for that.
Yeah. This is a map that Blind do feel very capable on, but it's in spurts. It's in these, and which is funnily enough, the way that a lot of these rounds have gone is just like very quick fights that sort of just dictate how the rest of the round is going to go. But it's mainly like mini fights. It's like 3v3s or 3v2s on top of like a cavalcade of flashes. It's been very, very drip or drown.
Yeah. And do they got that drip?
Well,
seems like at the moment.
A side again. Yeah, I mean they feel really solid here. Ooh, big Blade Storm from B-Dog, searching for more, but the toxic screen will prevent it. Don't worry, rest of DZ has it covered. Save for B-Dog, who will finally get shut down by Teague, but it's such a disjoint, it doesn't really matter. Site is once again taken over by DarkZero convincingly and quickly. Teague is alone for a couple more seconds, just going to throw a couple bolts in, see if he can farm any chip while DZ is still on site, but they no longer are, so that's an impossibility. But now you still take this fight. I mean, 2 for 3. Granted, you can still take this if you get the right swing, but we did hold up in the corner. That's all you really get to pay attention to before DZ take you down. It's 5-1 on this attack.
Yeah, dude, they just held that down. 2 players there. And I like this because it's a lot more teamwork than I felt like I saw in Haven. It was a lot of solo play. It was a lot of scattered mess. But also, like, you have way less angles to be watching. You can basically make sure that you're very much covered from each and every side, and they had so much information leading into this. So I think for Icebox, it's just such a good map to play for DZ. Not too much to think about, but also the perfect amount with the composition they have. But on the attack, settled down for the B side, but Spaz is looking to push up quite aggressively here.
Yeah, he'll get hit by that ink. Just goaded back a little bit, and the knife as well, just to make sure that nobody was hiding behind yellow for the early swing back. Looks like DZ want to fight for lane control, but not B-side inherently. And with Okeanos able to strike it, we did on that lurk. Kind of interesting. I guess, yeah, because Adder is posted over on A lurk right now. So he's usually that cutoff man that's able to get those first bloods to maybe open up a site. But unable to find anything, Blinn feel much more confident in heading back towards B site, where Corey's actually made his way onto. Checking the snowman peak. Mikey, beautiful shot to shut that down. And DZ, a far cry from the rounds that they had gotten before, but that is where Adder collects. There's the lurk peak. And conveniently, here is Stellar, the IGL, on that wingman plant. So well communicated, so well executed. Adder may lose for his troubles. No, he can skirt the Hunter's Fury too. And so there's two immediately on site. And B-Dog is waiting on mid for the swing through tube. The stars could align still for DZ to take this in. Thrash to bite the bullet here, but B-Dog caught out by Spaz, so can't be collected upon immediately. Blinn just have to wait out the fight. Now that they have Okeanos, gonna start staring down the competition. Adder, a one-shot on the knives. That's simple enough. And the shock dart to immediately flush out Stellar, who will fall into Mikey's headshot waiting arms. Blinn will finally take a second round and do it with DZ actually running on the treadmill a lot more.
Yeah, they were actually able to use the retake wall down on A pretty efficiently, which I really did like. The Viper stayed alive. You know, we had Spaz kind of pushing through with that Viper spit and lockdown readily available in this round, and Okeanos looking to pick up an op. So down on the B site, that's going to be dire, but I think the way that DarkZero peak these angles is just going to make it hard to even solidify some sort of pick here, because Stellar's just going to push through, with that flash coming down early.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason for Stellar to not throw this Dizzy out on lane like every single time.
Yeah.
So the focal point of that is just avoiding it, which Okeanos does with this fun angle on the operator. Get ready for a whole lot of those. And Corey, a crucial pick as well. Not a whole lot to go off of other than this Dizzy, which just got used. So take a 10-second penalty there, DarkZero, as the Toxic Orb will guarantee it.
Right there.
Yeah, ready to set down the mosh pit, possibly pushing that to the extremities, actually trying to keep this team from moving back, but it seems like Dizzy, yeah, not too much kind of played into this one.
That was such great timing from Okeanos. Another huge peek on the operator, and another one on the B-Dog. No space is safe! Perfect intuition, perfect communication, perfect operator, and a perfect round for Blinn's defense, as early denial favors late destruction.
And they lost Corey so early on. Yeah, with a pick like this.
Yeah, flash drives are so important to this push.
And it didn't even touch anyone either. So it was like, yeah, you threw out your suppression. You didn't catch anybody because obviously Dash came through from Okeanos, luckily enough, keeping them alive for so long. So being able to get that first pick definitely played a role into keeping Okeanos alive.
And look, it's a stupid way to say, oh, Adder, that's a fun high-low. An operator of his own to shut down the very aggressive Jet. And that is a thrifty round that is already in the wings. Monsi holding up early as well. And that will lead to a positive trade. DZ, a 4v2 with a free A site. And the aggression from Blinn, very well punished by DarkZero this round.
Dude, they just eliminated everybody down on the board. Mikey
They're just going to save B lane.
Mikey does have up. So it's not going to do too much, especially playing into the retake moment. But yeah, just keeping that. That's big economic destruction if they do lose it.
Yeah. But like I was saying, I mean, stuff like Okeanos managing that toxic screen peak so well, and I mean what we just saw with Adder on that KJ turret. It's like, it's not like we haven't seen any of these movies before. but maybe I was like really sleepy, or like you were on a plane while watching one of them, because the way that the playbook gets flipped through from these teams is how the game shakes out. And if you know ball better on the day, then you're going to win on Icebox. And, you know, do not count out Blinn on this defense just yet, because they know ball.
It's not over yet, because Okeanos still is supplied with the op. So I truly do agree.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of potential, you know, especially now with the Harbor kind of settling down in A. The only issue is, like, you have... What could the Sova... I mean, the Sova could provide a lot early on in gathering that information.
Yeah, it's got to be early.
But it has to be, you know, a huge play, especially as the momentum's starting to pick up here.
B-Dog floating down to the high ground as DZ once again meet an early Blinn. Early hold, early peaks. Mikey with the last one to find B-Dog, who was on that disjoint and has been a little perpetually. Starting to read that in the tail end of this defense half. But it's still a 3v2. It's still a very much favored towards DZ, as the toxic screen still prevents any other peak than Mikey's, who's been slowly warming up over the course of this match. Viper's Pit thrown on for good measure. The spray through from Mikey will not grab a body. That is just tragic. Corey still gets to play Peacemaker before anyone else from DZ even has to get a word in. But the lockdown could bait out of this Viper's Pit to at least allow for a completely open site. And a couple crucial seconds for Blinn to act on. Perfect detain timing. Corey's just going to have to hide away. And Spaz is actually going to search for the fight while Mikey holds the defuse. And it takes the sacrifice, the spray through the pit. That cannot be redone. DZ will collapse, and the retake is still unsuccessful. Great effort by Blinn, but you're playing on Icebox.
The homeland for DarkZero, and now Thrash is there. So it's just going to keep getting harder and harder. And for Blinn to put such a good performance over on Haven, it is a tad bit surprising. You know, that things aren't going necessarily the way it's planned, but they're keeping the op. They're not giving up on that yet.
No, I think that Blinn are happy with the strategies that they have. But DZ keep getting the drop on them. And again, those instant drops have been so important this entire match to flipping the match the right way. It hasn't been about targeting necessarily. It's just been finding that first blood. There's Monsi's invasion. And on top of the Thrash, Monsi looking for another one. No, can't complete. So Stellar will at least escape, but walks into a site that is very much still watched by Blinn. So the scraps of health, not long for this world, but it was all for the cell. For the B default plant that Spaz cannot take on his own. Rest of Blinn come calling, and the lockdown now on DZ's side to guarantee that extra time rather than the Viper's Pit. We did hold up on the altitude as well. There are so many angles to clear, and Blinn has no reliable way of taking any of them, especially with all that space from the lockdown garnered. Recon bolt to look for something, but it's found out. And now comes the swing into the doldrums. Okeanos on the operator, unable to do too much on his own, but that's what the rest of the team is there for. B-Dog having to rush back out in favor of the double peek with Adder, as Okeanos will fall on the swing back. No way Spaz is able to hold this defuse, right? Certainly not. Too much to stare into, and B-Dog, the last one standing, to give DZ yet another round on the attack.
Yeah, it was going to be quite difficult the moment that DZ managed to push themselves onto site. And again, it really is hard to play that retake, because they like to take control over more than just 10% of the site, which I feel like, again, is something that we were missing on Haven. They didn't really keep that control. They ended up giving it away and then giving way too much space over to Blinn. But here, fighting for it more so. And B-Dog on the top of their game, which is what we were missing. And now we finally do get to see that B-Dog is capable of keeping this team intact.
And he'll be the reason that they scope out A site so confidently here. Immediate op peek that Blinn is just gonna turn tail on. Look at how much space they've given this push. They don't want to touch it at all. They need to let all of this flush happen. I mean, look at what they would be walking into. This is ridiculous. Easy plant for A site. It'll be a 5v5 extravaganza for the end of this half. And half of it is coming through mid. Monsi with the Reckoning to immediately force Stellar on the back foot, though. And you are walking to a deluge. These are some of the strongest harbor ults we see in North America. This is where Monsi shines. But time is up, and you still haven't gotten on site. B-Dog, great follow on to Okeanos for the high ground, and so Blinn only have one angle they can manage on. Corey's trigger, discipline, good enough to catch Monsi on top of the tide, and is still good enough to make sure he gets one more for the road. Spaz creeping from flank, but no time and no chance no one's peeking that. DZ make it a 9-3 half on Icebox and look to end this map 3 early.
Honestly, if they didn't finish with that coming through from, man, from DarkZero, then I don't even know what would have happened there, because the 1v1, obviously being able to fight that one out down in 8, kind of just circling back to giving themselves that pistol round, which is huge. Actually, now switching sides, right? Yeah, I don't know why I'm brain farting. Now we've switched the sides. There is no pistol round. That was a huge round from DarkZero, giving them the lead. So 9-3, feeling very, very comfortable, you know, in everything that's going on right now. But the defense is where we struggled last time. So, Tenric, that's where, you know, the worry starts to really reside.
Absolutely. And Blinn's push on Icebox, pistol round included, down to a science. You really got to watch for Monsi's util here. Okeanos is the one you need to enable, and thank God he wins that opening fight against Adder.
Yeah, that pushes back.
Oh, huge invasion through B main, and Blinn hasn't made their decision yet. Stellar's going to pop out to a couple heads, and DZ get a couple opening picks before Blinn scatter into an A main. Granted, it's uncontested, so they'll still get sight, and they'll still get a pretty advantageous fight, but it's a 4v3, and they have no idea where these DZ guys are coming from.
Yeah, they don't seem like they're aware of anything, but Weeded catches them off guard. He's able to get a very, very spotless one, with 13 health left on Stellar.
Just about as much left on Mikey, though.
Mm-hmm.
So many angles to check, but he will absolutely check this one, Mikey, though. Faster on the trigger. Excellent shot. And now the rest of DZ from the flank angle come in. No reason to hide where they are, especially when they can land the shots. B-Dog watching out for the shock dart, but it's Corey that takes most of the damage, and both of them are quite low to the point where T can finish one, but not the other. And with seemingly just enough time, DarkZero, the cavalry will arrive and conquer. 10-3.
DZ honestly just want to close this game out. Like, they're running from a loss that, in their opinion, should not have even happened, right? So I think they're running off their past mistakes and kind of putting everything into this game as well. But yeah, Blinn fighting for their lives here, not being able to win out on a pretty tremendous pistol round. So they are going to buy, and this is where it really leads up to the question, you know, is Blinn going to be able to pull a DZ? Are they going to be able to slowly get a comeback going, or is it just going to kind of leave it like that?
This is when we find out. This is that moment. It looks like they'll start out with that B default. And with those tides, it's so easy to crawl up, even with the operator, even with the gun diff staring you down, to the point where Adder is in such an awkward spot here on site. He still manages to get one, and with the snake bite, DZ make it work, at least initially. But now Okeanos is here. Now the rest of Blinn has screamed onto site. It'll once again be a war on two fronts, one from the lane, one from Snowman, but Okeanos now has the outlaw on hand and is going to use it to at least grab one. Corey distracted for one as well. And guns in the hands of Blinn, but not angles. Stellar pops out of lane. B-Dog's Cloudburst giving away the remaining two angles, but Okeanos, there is no way he can complete on a gun like that. DarkZero once again snuff what was such a strong flame from Blinn Esports in seemingly no time at all, and it's 11-3.
They're just going to keep rolling with it too, because now economy's, I wouldn't say necessarily down the drain. Well, it is, but they're still buying into this. They want to win. They don't care. They know that this bonus round is going to affect DarkZero, so they're like, you know what? They're going to keep the same weapons. Let's see if we can pull back. But regardless, it's like they still have economy for weapons in the next round. They're just putting themselves even in an even worse position, but just want to solidify, you know, at least that we're not down to that match point.
There's still some time, still some guns, and still this harbor that can really guarantee B lane most of these early fights, which is why you see DarkZero going for the flanks of all things. This is such a funny Icebox, and all you had to do was throw Monsi in the mix. I love it. I love seeing Blinn on this map, even 3 rounds deep, even having such a tough defense. They are such a dynamic team on this map. Stellar walking into the fight against Mike, it'll win it! Lurk gone! And Blinn really have to speed it up now. With Monsi able to get the opening frag on We Did, that is very much possible. You can at least get Spike down on default and then run back to lane, where you can much more optimally guarantee things. Don't have to duck into spawn, where it seems like Stellar is hoping one more will crawl. A lot of fight left to win, though. Toxic screen can be on reload, though. And you have a good angle. You do not have to worry about too much here now with the screen up. And DZ gonna play the waiting game. Fun sprays from Okeanos. That's a nice little headshot that he'll look back on. But with the flush out from the Mosh, Corey's able to take over Yellow, and with it, most of sight. Now it's just lane control, close lane control for that matter, that Teague has been able to get 2 off of. Wide swing from DZ, no more bullets for Teague! And it comes down to Spaz, who doesn't have many himself. DZ hold down the line, hold down the spray, and hold down the spike. Match point, 9 rounds strong.
They are not giving up. And you know what? This might also be it too, because huge investment coming through from Blinn. Luckily enough, with the losing streak, they are going to get a little bit more added onto their credits, right? So it helps them for the time being, but there's no ultimate settled down. There's a huge potential for Corey to be able to get that null command, and Stellar with that Thrash. So, and they're in such good positions to just farm that down in A, right? Settle down a smoke there coming through from B-Dog, allow Stellar to invest in that, and then leave DZ with the victory.
Knife early on to catch the potential lurk. Blinn's presence really has been quite solid, and Monsi's going to try and sell some noise on B-side again. When you have this Viper available on that second controller, you have the power to go for these kinds of things, but you can't make any noise along the way because there's no reason for DZ to shift off the heels of A-site right now. Monsi has not done nearly enough legwork. They're hoping for this far rotation, but all they've really gotten is Weeded, stuck up over in Snowman. But B-Dog is waiting and watching! Double kill on the Outlaw that Mikey can at least swing back on and clear, but there's so much presence from DZ on this A side, it matters not. Monsi will at least win a fight onto Adder on the lurk, and Weeded is not in an optimized position to take either fight at the moment, so it's effectively a 2v3 as long as Spaz takes his time. Corey peeking in to the fray to see if he can get early guard on the spike, and that's the signal for Spaz to go on the run, but now there's the mid-watch. Are you in time for this? Weeded has a free gun angle, and that's gonna be all she wrote, surely.
Wow.
Monsi with a Vandal, with a Cove, with nothing else. And 3 bodies in spawn. No chance. DarkZero, a 13-3 victory to cap off what had to be taken to a third map.
The victory that we've been waiting for, but also the victory that comes well deserved. Finally able to put themselves into that series win, especially with a new org and a big victory. Sierra?
Yeah, 100%. I'm not gonna lie, guys. There's a storm here. My internet went, like, my whole power went out for a little bit. I come back and it's like 11-3. DZ, I mean, Tenric, they're not playing around anymore. They're cooked. They want their weekend to start.
Certainly not, no. They were able to rinse and repeat so many of what attack strategies worked, and man, it really sucks to be a team that goes up against a team that's mechanics are just better than you. But DZ has 5 guys who just know how to aim and know how to hit their shots and know how to hit their angles every single time. Blinn is so close to that, but certainly doesn't show in the scoreboard today.
100% not. That is, okay, I just gotta say, 10 first kills for only 3 round ones. It's crazy. Blinn as well, the very first map, Gompers, same thing. First kills heavily on their side, but I mean, DZ, I mean, they have such a strong backbone in that even if they're down a member, all right, GG's. They're just gonna keep on rolling.
It wasn't even about, like, getting the first picks either for them. It was like, let's just get the plant down and we'll figure it out from there. And you know, playing on the attack or even playing on the defense, they kept their patience on the defense, but more so, like, it was just such an upbringing from B-Dog that really did surprise me, because, you know, it was just not their best game, and they were able to clear the mental and pick it back up where they left off.
Yeah, I always love when we get to see a map coming out from DarkZero that allows B-Dog to be playing on this jet, because it's always just really, really fun gameplay all around here, Tenric. I mean, this DarkZero squad, without the coach, they bring out some funky stuff, they roll swap around, but it's always just such a good look.
Yeah, it's really fun watching DZ, a very chameleon of a team, really, and yet these players, they all are so good at the things that we know them best for. Adder, again, playing a stunning cutoff man up mid. If it wasn't we did doing the same thing. A Stellar, again, massive IGL work in the background, able to always be on that right spot for the plants. Just beautiful work all around.
100%. And even if he wasn't duelist for that last map, we still get the opportunity to talk to Corey, who is on the line now after that victory. Head on over to there. Gotta say, congratulations for 2 things. First, the series win. Second, finally, #signed Turtle Troop has come true, being signed to DarkZero. How does it feel? The team's finally no longer this free agent squad.
Feels nice finally to get signed and get something going for us at the very least. DarkZero has been very kind to us so far, and we're happy to represent them. So glad to bring home a nice little W for them as our first game.
100%. We're hyping it up and everything. It would have been a sad look if it went the other way, but this is a great series. Overall,
hey, is it ever a Turtle Troop game? If it's not 2-1, let's be honest.
Gotta keep it interesting. It's more screen time for DarkZero. That's how we're thinking of it. Yeah.
Mega minding,
All right.
that's for sure.
Exactly. I want to ask too, with this signing and no longer being this free agent team, Turtle Troop's a team that this identity's kind of been built up with you guys being able to kind of plan out your own things. Seller's been able to cook up these wonderful comps. We get to see the kind of switch arounds, especially with no coach on the roster. Is that something that you envision kind of maybe changing in the future? Or how much do you think of this kind of core identity that Turtle Troop has built up gets to kind of keep living on?
We have no plans on changing everything that we're doing, basically. DarkZero has been very transparent about not really touching the roster in that type of sense and or enforcing these types of things, which is like really nice because we don't want to coach, right? So like, it's just, we're going to keep everything the same. We're doing great with what we have. Our system's working good. We're prepped for every match that we plan. So we're just, hey, it ain't broke, don't fix it. We're just going to keep going and keep rolling with it.
Perfect. I love to hear that. That makes me excited for the future as well. I want to talk a little bit about that series, specifically that map pick of Haven, because when I was looking at Neon being the super viable duelist again, we did get to see that on map 1 coming out from you, but I was a little surprised to see that it was on the opposing end that the Neon was picked, and it ended up being used quite well against you. So I'd love to know your thoughts on the Neon on Haven, your guys' Haven in general, and how Okeanos is able to utilize it against you.
I mean, honestly, they played it well. We kind of messed up a lot of our spacing stuff, and that kind of just comes down to us. We blundered a little bit, just mainly because we low-key kind of forgot and or didn't know that the Haven was going to be in, so we actually didn't scrim it at all. We had one map yesterday, like an emergency map, kind of get like a rep in, which, I mean, honestly, we were really comfortable on the map regardless, so I don't really think that's like a good excuse at all, but I mean, they played good. We played good as well. We just got to fix up some smaller stuff on that end, and that'll be fixed in the future when we add more Haven maps to our map scrim schedule. So that won't be a problem moving forward.
Considering 11-13 for something y'all kind of forgot was in rotations, pretty good. So I'm excited.
Definitely a blunder.
Hey,
definitely a blunder.
Keeping it interesting, right, Corey? Keeping it interesting for the fans.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, we always do that. Whether we want to or not, it's happening.
Turtle Troop boys. You guys definitely clean up that last map quickly, so I want to make sure you can get on with your weekend. Corey, congrats again on the win and the signing. Have a good weekend, all right?
Hey, you too. Thank you.
Thank you. As for us, fun series to start the day. Of course, one more before we all can enjoy our weekend. It's going to be YFP going up against Dobros after the break.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine. In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
came through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them and a week, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pound yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again.
It's about time to get it. It's about time, not forget it. It's about time. Never gonna give up, never
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VALORANT Challengers North America. If you're just joining us, welcome. TurtleTube just took the victory 2-1 in their series, and now moving on to the second of the day, it is going to be YFP going up against Dobros. Final match of the week here. And Tedrick, I'm hoping it's going to be a good one.
This will be a really exciting week, a really exciting game for both of these teams. YFP has the chance to break away from the pack against a Dobro squad that is still searching for a way out of kind of a little bit of a gray period, I think we'll say. Still trying to find a win after that first victory they got a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, and let's talk about this YFP squad first, because while Dobros in the second stage have kind of struggled a little bit, this is a YFP that Gompers, I think, has really improved over time. I don't think by any means they were the worst team coming into Challengers, but this stage 2 performance every week is just like, dang! And then you get into the next week, it's like, dang! Like, they're looking better and better.
Dude, they've been better and better too, and it really does show with, like, obviously the previous games that they've played, with the new additions coming in as well of I believe it was Will, right? So, you know, you kind of do have a team that is starting to slowly format and become better, and I think that's what makes me really happy because, you know, Penny and Will, they've been working together tremendously to you know, make the shots happen, make the calls work.
Yeah, the changes that they made going into the stage have been really good. And YFP is a team that kind of reminds me of DarkZero, past Turtle Troop, just a little bit in terms of the compositions they like to run, being kind of a smidge more unique in comparison to the other teams here at Teneric. This is pulling up from last week, actually going up against DarkZero of all things. And it did end up being a loss, but it was a pretty close series. And we got to see, notably here, Duelist Penny switch it up, all 3 maps, different duelists, as well Jake swapping up controllers, and a lot of different things going on here, but it looks really good when you head into the games.
Yeah, it was really fun seeing YFP kind of get ahead of the curve there, and Lotus obviously was the highlight of that, seeing not only the Neon, but Jake bring out the Clove, which is something that he's brought out a couple times since then. I think he pulled it out of the Fun Haver event that was that's been happening in the past week as well. So he's been having a lot of fun on them as well. And then yeah, that Reyna also getting pulled out along with the Clove on Icebox for this YFP comp. They have been having a lot of fun a little earlier than some of these other teams have with this new patch, and it seems to have paid off, at least to start things out. A really solid match against probably the best team in the group. I mean, it's smooth sailing from here in theory for YFP.
Hopefully, because in theory, I think is a big key word on that, because despite the great performances coming out from both Penny and Jake, and the fun agents that they got to play, this did end up being a loss. But going up against Dobros today, if YFP have playing like they have been in Forum Gompers, I think this should be a nice match for them. And being able to constantly innovate, getting ahead of kind of these agent changes, I think, as well, has fared them really well.
Yeah, I think so as well. And for YFP, me personally, I think this is going to go to a 3rd map. I think as Dobros, okay, they might have not had the best run, but at the same time, I genuinely think, like, both of these teams are pretty fair-fetched out. I think YFP, they're still in the development stage of, you know, figuring out how this dynamic's going to work, of making and changing the roster and finding things they like, with the Clove obviously coming on a couple maps here too. So I really do like this. I think this map and this game in particular is going to be a lot of heavy set technical plays.
I mean, I feel like in the past couple of weeks, I've been like, oh, they should be pretty close with YFP. But YFP, even at 2-1, taking that loss to Turtle Troop, I think have just been looking so good. And going up against Dobros, I do think that Dobros, this will be a little bit of a tough one for them. This Dobros squad, it's been a little bit of a tough journey for them. They faced relegation. They got to stay in the league. There's definitely been moments of highlights coming out from the Teneric, but it's still not enough to be, frankly, putting up these wins.
Yeah, Dobros are a collection of 5 really great pieces of North American Valorant that unfortunately have not all come together at the right time. We can sing the praises of literally every single one of these players. Like, there are moments in my head that I can think of that I think of these players with. Like, they are challengers. They absolutely do deserve to be here, and they've made some real waves in their group. But it hasn't translated to too many match victories, unfortunately. And whether it's from, you know, Zachary not being enabled enough, he is such an important duelist to these attacks for Dobros. If he falls apart, then a lot of their attacks do, unfortunately. Or it's Ange dying early, being such a crucial enabler and controller to the team. I mean, every piece feels too impactful to let go of, and yet it seems like when just one leaves, you don't have much to work off of.
Definitely a little bit tough. But before we talk about last week, we have probably the most important tweet of the broadcast to be bringing up here. So get everybody ready, all right? You guys ready for this?
Wow.
Zachary's cat chat. I hope you like this one. Honestly, adorable cat. Guys, what do you think?
This is definitely going to win them the game.
Perfect cat buff. Chat, let us know on 1, 2, 3, 4 what cat pose is your favorite here. That's the important stuff. But
what is your favorite cat pose, actually?
Two.
Mine?
Look at the eyes.
You know what? You're actually right. Hold on.
I gotta know if it's one of those cats that, like, if you start giving it belly rubs when he's in that position, they just like act like they like it, and they're like, yes, this is exactly what I wanted. Or if they're just like baiting you into thinking they like the belly scratches, and then you give it to them, and they're like, like bunny kick you, and then they eat your hand, and they're like, get off me.
Oh, I love that type of cat.
Good news, Zachary has the most adorable cat, but now we got to talk about last week and kind of talk about the bad news, all right? Kind of butter you up a little bit. This showing up against this was a rough one. I mean, Oxygen, when we're looking at the Challenger scope, is one of the top teams that we have here, Gompers, winning the mid-season cup. They look really, really good, and this was a really tough week for Dobros. They have the talent, but going up against the squad, it couldn't come together. This was definitely a mountain they couldn't climb.
No, they were having a lot of difficulties. They did manage to you know, maybe win a series against Core, right? But throughout this whole entire season, it has been loss after loss. Occasional win, yay, and then loss, right? So it's been pretty difficult for Dobros, I feel. And going up against a team like Oxygen, who has been extremely dominant, kind of just adds on to that pressure. But, you know, they could see this as chance. They're going up against YFP. They're in the development stage. There's potential, right? So I do feel like this team definitely has been applying something new into their strategy. The question is the composition working? Does there need to be a change bigger than just, you know, the strategy?
And again, it goes back to the fact that we're nearing the end of week 3 here. We did not have many games left here at the end of this stage. So it's definitely important today, Tenric, for them to be having a good showing. And it goes back to, you can think back to each one of these members and think of highlight moments. But at the same time, if it's not kind of converting into these wins, that's a little bit of a trouble area, and it's something that I hate to bring up, but at the same time is a really serious thing when we're getting to near the end of stage 2.
Yeah, it's really tough. Dobros coming right out of relegation and them immediately being placed in danger of relegation again. You know, ultimately, a lot of teams do deserve to be here, and I think Dobros is no different, but the schedule won't get any harder coming from here. So a win would be great now, it would be great next week, it would be great the week after that, but they've got to find it somewhere.
Yeah, we got one team at 0-4. We got 2 at 1-3. It would be great for Dobros if they could not be ending up joining them at that point. So heading into today's series, let's take a little peep at our map picks and bans, where we're going to be going into our series. Kicking it off on Ascent. This is going to be YFP's pick here, Gomps. Hey, classic Ascent.
I like the Ascent pick, actually more so for the reason of both YFP and Dobros. I think Dobros, this is also a map that they're pretty comfortable with, but obviously looking at YFP, Ascent definitely feeling more into the range of, we know we can run with this map, and we got it in the bag. Ascent, kind of basic. It is pretty much the map of all maps, but not basic in the composition, because there's a deadlock that I'm looking to see, and I like it, so...
Yeah, going up against a deadlock can be tough too if you're not sure quite on how to crack that. And Ascent here for the end of Dobros. It's been up and down. Look, this was a really close series they had in prior week going up against, I believe, MXS. But last week it was one of those maps that they took a tough loss on. So I'd be curious on what form they're on today. And if, Hendrik, frankly, they can be cracking the composition that YFP is going to be eyeing up.
Yeah, I really don't know what they're going to bring out, and the exact same thing could be said for Haven. Once again, a lot of variables that are getting tossed into this one. These teams have the chance to innovate this week after all of the change that we've seen in both the game and the agent pools, and also both these teams have had a decent amount of time to marinate. YFP has had almost a week and a half to let these sit in their heads, so definitely a lot of time in the lab for them.
I'm excited for the Haven, especially, as you're like, just seeing how that's going to be. I can't wait to get to map 2, but first we got to go through the classic map 1 of Ascent here. Our agents are ready, so let's get off to it.
All right, the deadlock slot machine will reveal 1, 2. Oh my God, no way. We're actually seeing change, major change for both these teams. Will on the deadlock for this Ascent comp on YFP's side, and meanwhile, a whole lot of change for Dobro. Zachary has picked up the ISO. We get to see him work today.
If you hear a big bang, it's me dropping my headphones and leaving. If this ISO doesn't work, I think the main goal here is to literally just eliminate one person per
literally,
ult.
literally.
One
Yeah,
person.
get rid of one
They're
person
like,
and then die with enough space in front of
the
you. That's absolutely what they're gonna do. And you know why? You know why? Because Zachary has had so much trouble on attack lately on either Jet or Raze, especially on Ascent in actually cutting through. Dobros has not had any time to pick up off of the insert that Zachary is so classically known for these, and it just leads to the most pitiful attacks you've ever seen. Like we saw it with OXG. It's like Zachary got inserted like 5 or 6 times that half, and then he just immediately died. With a shield, you won't immediately die, so maybe you'll have some extra time.
It's just like, what? I think here, like, again, the main goal is that you do have shield. The shield, I think, is going to be pretty aggravating, I'm not going to lie, with ISO playing against this team. The undercut, but... My apologies, not the undercut, the double tap. But we'll see. We'll see what's, you know, what they're cooking with the ISO. I think it has to be big here, especially... You know, it's such a drastic change coming in.
Well, that shield is already going to go bye-bye after Zach peers out of mid. And that's going to be the signal for YFP to exact onto B site, where this deadlock is waiting. After watching a certain other deadlock take on this map, I think a lot of teams got a little bit inspired. Maybe not as many lineups as our friends over on DZ would like to see, but definitely some action and clearly some time already wasted. A lot of dedication to burning this util, but now it looks like Drone just has to stand on top of it as YFP is just going to try and cut through mid again. It will result in a 2-for-2 trade. Zachary tries to reapply. The ability's so dang good, but Ange will be the last one standing up top on Cat to drop that spike and ultimately turn this into a 2v2.
Dang! Thief literally stole his life away, and that's crazy because now they're gonna try to do the same on the side of Dobros. Oh my gosh! Starting off with ISO already is crazy enough, but that shot was just nuts. They're gonna be able to get the plant down. Yeah, and feel pretty good about this, but you know, Ange does have paranoia. I think this is a big advantage.
Yeah, real shame that they were caught up tree. They really could have gotten a fun CT angle, maybe, if they chased him down enough. But no time, no space, and especially no smoke. Now you got one in the tank. You can maybe, I don't know, get rid of Boathouse. And Paranoia is still free, so
cover going out.
I mean, so much is already telegraphed. Why not get rid of everything else? Trapwire stall. That is most of the damage that you need to do done. Now, mate, just look for a headshot on the exit, because Ange is kind of coping with the fact that there's no way you win this, right? Easy tap that Thief can just swing on top of. He'll be the one to win the fight, and YFP keeps you standing for their first.
They hit some pretty solid shots there, so kind of well-deserved. Valiant effort through from Ange, but having to make a wish to win the next one. And Zachary's just looking to load up on the ultimate. Honestly, valid. Already up to 3 there. So I think I just really want to see what's going on. Like, I'm flabbergasted. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, you seem pretty dazed by this, but it's understandable, because it's like, I mean, the Precision Sage as well is like, are we
yeah,
all
what's
playing
going
a
on?
different game? Like, that's what it seems like. It seems very disconnected. It seems like, okay, Precision, you go hold A site and see how much you can get done, and then we'll play off of your swings, and then Drone, you go over to B site and you do the same thing, and we'll see if we can get any kills off of it. But you can't this round, as it seems. Through the barrier orb, we will strike, and YFP cracks open the first blood before heading back over to B lobby, where Jake has been excitedly sitting with that Vandal, seeing if Riku's going to poke out. They won't. They got a shorty.
Okay, I like it.
I like what I see.
I like what I see. And the shorty play seems like it's going to work, though. Oh, I lied.
Oh, great step by Physic to avoid the peak. The beauty of Ascent. Everyone knows everything that's going to happen on this game. And YFP, they've been here before. Same neck of the woods, same site, in fact. Better fight. Zachary puts on the shield and is disrobed just as quickly. Thief, a lot to stare into, a little too much, actually. And it'll lead to Penny taking the reins on the back line, but the Gravnet is what's going to seal the deal. 2 players apparently predisposed, and it's enough for the rest of YFP to collapse.
Do they have so much? Do you hear that? Yeah, I was like, ISO, what's going on over there? But yeah, YFP, pretty good on that, obviously. Just having a simple anti-eco round, but finally being able to buy up, and on the side of YFP as well. They're not looking to lose a single round, instead just wanting to close this off as quickly and as safely as possible, but already moving up towards A. ISO very, very close to producing the ultimate and having so much left to utilize in this moment.
Okay, and just going to TP back out after fear of the molly, but the Gravnet is just going to catch what's teetering outside of that door, which is indeed Zachary. YFP with that hodgepodge that they've been able to stage up A main. They're gonna cut through mid here pretty easily, and Thief, as that cutoff on the Sentinel, on the Lurker, is the one to find the opening pick. He's been one of the best performers across this stage so far. I think he's technically top 10 at the moment. Could raise those ratings a little bit more. Paranoia to come creeping down Boathouse to maybe try to swipe out Riku, but They've avoided everything so far. Now the insert from YFP onto site, and yet again, it's a B hold that works beautifully.
And it could work out. I'm surprised that we're not seeing a lot of like stall potential, because we have, I mean, they did use the Sage Wall, but we have 3 players with walls that, with the intention of keeping people at bay, but we're not seeing that come through from Drone. They're not going to be able to really use it other than, yeah, just securing, or at least stopping people from getting out of the way of the spike there, but it doesn't work regardless.
Yeah, don't walk past here. I think you still can escape defuse from there, but they'll be goaded away and just head through to B main instead to wait out this spike going boom. Yeah, just really great discipline from YFP, playing a hell of a game of keep away that round to manage to keep most of their members alive.
Yeah, keeping themselves in the game. YFP. I wasn't surprised because they did buy, and they had very, very big intentions of, like just pushing through with that. And having the deadlock on the attack is so nice because you can set down your barrier mesh wherever you want, and then you're pretty much solidified for like majority of the post plant round.
Well, yeah, because I mean, you already have so many angles on attacking this side. If you guarantee that one of them isn't going to talk to you for like half of the fight, then you're so secure. And that's what Drone is trying to do for these retakes. You can see him holding onto it for like perfectly good reason, but YFP's execs are just like really strong, unfortunately, and they've just been able to kind of clear everything out. DB have also just unfortunately let a couple exposed players translate into some pretty easy advantages, which they might have to let happen again here as YFP. They'll have the lurker in physics. Zachary taking the fight, dealing most of the damage. And that ultimately is something that he can be satisfied with.
Yeah.
Oh, barrier mesh onto tree. That's such great placement. Rush down from Penny, and now the A take. We finally get to see what YFP has in store for this site. A smoke on top of the mesh to guarantee no one can enter, and Spike will very safely once again get planted. It'll be all about the retake for Dobros.
Settling themselves in a really perfect position. Especially now with, like, they have the trip to settle in, so they know when these players are going to push. So vulnerability now, though, set down for Zachary, and they're looking for something big, but of course it is the deadlock to keep them at bay.
Yeah, that Sonic sensor, the first slower, and you have to back out again. Zachary, no double tap, and so he's one shot for Penny, who is always going to hit that head. Oh, and the trap wire catching on the... No, not the trap wire. What am I talking about, bro? Oh, yes, the trap wire. I'm not... What am I not talking about, actually? The trap wires will catch the tree entry, and that'll be the last available opportunity to Dobros to take it. This time, they will once again have members standing when the spike detonates, but they will be saving and letting YFP crack open a fourth.
I think that's the risky thing, too, with, like, having these duelists come into such a solidified composition. Is like the only major change that I feel like has been made within Ascent is obviously incorporating the deadlock and then finding value within that. But ISO is such a strange sense to me, because the reason why Jet works so well is because it works so well against the Cypher, because it works so well being able to provide you coverage when it's really hard to on a map like Ascent. So it is quite interesting for the choice.
Yeah, it's the same one and done style of play we saw with Neon, but it has not nearly as many legs to run with.
Yeah.
Again, no pun intended, but like, especially when you don't have any true flashes on this comp, you just have like a barrier. You have to hope that Zachary dry swings and then gets like 3 and just wins off the kill streak, which, hey, it doesn't deviate too hard from what you normally want with Zachary. First deadlock ult to the game, and it lands for Will. Will be able to flesh out this first hold. Precision will fall next. And Dobro's not exactly late to the fight, but they don't have a lot to offer for it. Riku is good for 1 on the Sheriff, and we'll break this market door down for a steadily approaching fight once the rest of Dobros makes their way through B main, which, by the way, still has a lot of barrier in front of it, so the angle you can peek through from there is going to be awkward. Recon bolt out from Riku, though, to hopefully open some stuff up for this entryway. It's going to hand over Jake at least a good amount of his health, as now the Vuln comes in, and Will gets to watch overall. An ace for the deadlock that definitely was not asked for, definitely was not completely provided for, but God, we will absolutely take it. Already about halfway to that next ultimate. No, talk about that one. No, you can go ahead.
It's odd for the ult choice.
Dude, what does ISO do here? I'm gonna be so real. Like what? Like, I don't understand what you can do once Zachary gets on. You know, I really don't. Cause he's barely gonna set foot. He's gonna get traded.
Okay. This is a new strat. Just kidding. It's a very, very retired strat that a lot of Sovas love. But amazing.
All right. Go down to main. Barrier mesh responsively. So your opportunity with the tailwind has passed. That's a great start, actually, for Dobros. As they'll just keep watching from tree. A-site's so open. I mean, they'd be willing to take heaven if it weren't for the uncertainty of the remainder of this presence. Zachary is just begging someone to head over to Cat, and Thief might fit the bill. This would be a great read as long as he get the kill from it, but Thief is also watching.
Everyone hiding.
He's kept up with the program, just as YFP claims to have done this whole stage. Both of these teams are coming off of losing to the undefeated team of the opposing group.
30 seconds
The difference was YFP got closer than just about anyone has in months.
Wow.
Precision, good do-si-do with Physic to prevent the push, and this is where Dobros really shines, when your double sentinel actually gets to make that impact. And now you're sitting on site waiting for this push that has to occur in the next 10 seconds. But no certain kills yet. Precision has just been waiting. Ange now gets to swing out for free after so much gets to pay, after everyone has to pay attention. Barely any time for Will to plan. It's not going to be enough, in fact. And Penny cannot clear house in time. Riku and Drone allergic to B-site. Just long enough to guarantee the round, but for Riku no longer. Penny will, in fact, get some connection on the blades before wrapping up the win streak.
Yeah, stalling out on time, playing more so of that objective, but what in the heck is going on with the ultimates here? It's the fact that they all just saved it. And now they're gonna use it. I know they are, because there's no way they're not. Like, this is such a dire moment, I feel, to give yourself some sort of lead. Zachary's obviously not gonna want to pull a 1v1 with a Guardian, but
yeah,
you know, in this moment,
this is 3 Guardians and 4 lights. This is still just so shaky.
They could, I mean, try to find a weapon with a Guardian shot. They invested for a reason, so I'm seeing that, you know, there might be some sort of purpose within this.
Yeah. This is so quick from YFP. Of course, it doesn't really matter when. Dobros have not rotated too proactively. Oh, but if Ange's timing is messed up, you know there's only one here. They'll just grab net it. They'll just take this fight. Penny hops into the Cloudburst, searching. There they are. And Precision just a hair too late to that fight. Zachary gonna attempt to hold things down on his own. The first ISO ult of many this split, and Zachary nails it that time. Great shot onto Jakku. Just sitting in front of that barrier. So 4v4 entering the fight itself as the barrier mesh gets placed down onto a tree. The attempted push, all for naught. Still held up there. So they'll cut back through mid to market, where Penny has been holding it down against Precision this whole time, and an attempted barrier orb from Precision to try to take a bit of a cheeky fight will not work out. Hunter's Fury on top of sight to prevent the plant, but YFP ain't even there yet, bro. They got 30 seconds. That's plenty of time for them. Now the plant. Now the entrance from Dobros. Thief on the cheekiest angle of them all for market, just making sure nobody cuts back. In fact, he might just go for the wrap around to CT itself, because Dobros are taking their sweet time, and he's getting a little tired of it. Just in time for them to insert, though. And now another deadlock ult from Will. It will catch Riku, and they will not be able to save him either. It's got to be now or never. And Penny, instant denial earlier on from there. No chance of taking the rest of that fight. It's YFP all over the kill screen.
Dude, it's so strange how, like, well, this just works. Like,
yeah.
I mean, it's also, like, a lot easier with, again, the composition that YFP is so accustomed to, and playing against the ISO. It's such an odd difference, and I feel like it's so new incorporated into this that obviously, like, DB just struggling to find some sort of investment. Only 3 kills coming through in a 7-round game, now pushing up to that 8th round.
I mean, Penny has the same amount of kills as all of Dobros combined right now.
And
like, I mean,
it's crazy.
This is just a really great attack performance from YFP. Dobros, respect, I think, is the big word to use when talking about Dobros right now, as they are playing very respectfully. They're like letting YFP have A site with their sites, understanding that like there's going to be a lot of Senti util tossed out like off rip, so you don't really want to walk into that mid site when you're playing in like a 1v5. But when you have to cut back through, it's like YFP get to hold on to all of this other beautiful utility like Jake's Paranoia and Smokes and, I mean, all of Physics stuff. He's not touching his kit until the spike goes down. That they're just able to kind of hold the clock out until they win fights. And again, you want to talk experience, you want to talk game sense, you want to talk mechs. YFP's players unfortunately fit the top billing for that.
Yeah. Looking for some sort of interest. But not able to really provide too much here. I do love this because they always seem to catch players out here on the side of YFP.
Oh, good Vuln thrown from Zach in response. And we'll hear that ability yap for a couple more seconds, apparently. Sorry about that, guys. But that's a good early denial from Dobros. The problem is, with a comp like this, you have to do that a couple more times. Precision, same fight on lane, same opponent, I think, in fact. As Thief is going to be that one lurker. Barrier orb tossed up to actually keep him from making that noise, unless he fully commits to the bit. But YFP, they will fully commit to this A-side push just in time for the rest of Dobros to start slowly snaking around Cat. Do you catch one before or after you're on site? Well, a lot of that may rest on Ange. Oh no, a lot of it rests on Jake still watching behind him. Has a funny feeling about how little DB has done up till this point. And they will use it to open up a push through mid that is wide open.
Yeah, shock darts. Now forming does not hit the intended target, but Physic is slowly settling themselves in.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, that's, I mean, Physic was winning that fight 15 seconds ago. And Precision could just play for exits, but I don't think there's any reason for YFP to exit through CT this round. Unless they really want to fight Precision, which... I mean, look, if you want to get an orb, Precision's already got all 8, so no reason not to grab this off of the Sage. It'll just accelerate your attack a little bit more. Where are you hiding?
Yeah, sacrifices to be made. Precision solidifying themselves for something to happen, but yeah, Whale just closing out overall for YFP. They are just rolling with the punches.
Look out for each other.
And I love how they're spinning all of these kits to fit the attack narrative as well. I love the evolution and rise of GravNet needs to be studied. I love seeing, with its extended range, I love seeing these players use it as like a proxy flash or like a proxy stun to immediately open up those first corners on main that are notoriously difficult to crack through. Here's another classic Ascent strategy. Riku on that Odin. Really asking for that Hunter's Fury, and they will successfully poke the bear enough to get that out. And that in turn will ask for the push that Precision is waiting for. A great snake of reeds that ultimately DB sit on top of until YFP actually insert, and with the help of the smokes, they'll be able to do so all the way to backside. Or it looks like Zachary is actually going to be able to take that next fight on top of the double tap that already gets cleared away. Pretty big hitbox on that ability. It's actually not that good, but Zachary is on top of the Vuln. No way he's losing that. We'll lose the shield again, but that gives away Physics position, and Zachary has that too. ISO is not what is winning those. That is Zachary, 100%. And maybe he'll get one more as Jake is the last one searching. Oh, shield already spotted. Whoopsie. Yeah, this ability sucks, man. You literally such a big hitbox. I don't even understand why it's getting nerfed.
Dude, it's like
1v4.
The only way to win as ISO is to play Osu. That's why his name is ISO. This is crazy.
Yeah, grab your sketch pad, bro. That's how you gotta beat this guy.
For real.
Smoke fading away, and turn for another one. Oh yeah, please turn outlines on. Let me see what I'm looking through. Down the barrel of everything in the kitchen sink. Dobro's a very strong round 9 to find some semblance of stability this half. Good job, Zachary. Woo!
Oh my gosh. Dude, Zachary's definitely going in, like, in the aim labs, like...
Yeah. Hey, I'm telling you, like, welcome to Dobro's, right? It's like, if Zachary is on fire, then Dobro's push off of Zachary.
Yeah.
And that is so much of what most of this Ascent is dependent on, is if Zach can poke out and give enough space for the rest of Dobro's to actually push forward off of. But on ISO, you can't do that as properly as Jet most times.
This is overall good gameplay out of Dobro's, but yeah, you can't have Zachary be playing like that all the time. They do have the ultimate, which they're just looking for information to utilize that. You know, but a 1v1 fight, how well is that going to work out for you going into the way things are looking? Seems like Zachary's aim has been insane so far, but needing more than that. Drone settled in, can apply so much pressure here, especially with the ultimate.
Oh, and we'll see a semblance of that aggression from Penny. Oh, Jake hopping up, barely missing the shots. No second chances afforded to Drone. And YFP might get to call this theirs. Zachary in the middle of everything, desperately clutching on the spike as the rest of Dobro's have to clear everything else, and there's simply no time. YFP, they collapse with some despair. Precision, hey, you're just in time, man, for the plant to go down and Riku to have a very tough question. Nice kill with the Odin. One more, or do you save? It looks like they're going to go for it, at least a little bit. A lot of freedom on Heaven to just poke around and see if you can find anything. Ooh, nice job. One more? All right. Well, some solid damage, some solid padding, but ultimately it's another YFP round, decidedly so.
It's an aim game, honestly, for YFP at this point. It does feel like the strategy is there. It's mostly the confidence, right? Having an understanding that the composition probably isn't, you know, something that'll carry well, as well as being able to abuse that, right? ISO still hasn't also used the 1v1, and I'm sure YFP are feeling confident if Penny gets picked, they're gonna win that out, or anyone else for that matter. But yeah, Seaman is a TP already positioned.
All right. Well, this is definitely going to be a grab net, but Ange is ready for this. Oh, Zach's just going to push this with the double tap. This is so dangerous. He walks into the one-way and sacrifices himself just for Ange to get one. Now has to duck back. Penny's going to try and twist the knife on the Blade Storm, but gets caught by 2. And now Drone, with that Deadlock ultimate, is going to coax out Jake. 15 HP to his name, just barely avoids that annihilation. But so much work to do now for YFP to try and save this round. And it starts here on the barrier mesh. Sonic sensor as well. Drone sitting pretty. Won't even need to turn around for the foreseeable future until YFP go for the execute. And that might be now with the Owl drone finally making itself known. Mesh fades away just in time for Riku to come in. YFP, Thief takes them both. Tree open for business. Ange has to lock in on this Sheriff and can for one. No more though. Sudden 2v1. And YFP put us at ease yet again.
And Precision is finding their way in there. But they're just settled underneath, but there's nothing to play with either, so for DB, it has to be a jump down, and 2 players just taking that lead.
Jumping into the revolving door right as it hits you. It is Thief with a standout performance this round. And a 9-2 for YFP. This attack just cannot be stopped. And it's not on the backs of like any one thing either. It's like, sure, Penny can get enabled. Sure, Penny can get that opening kill. But that's just if he's in the right spot. A lot of the time, it's Thief who has made his way up mid and just gone for the late lurk. And then, hey, we just poke into market. That's been a good, decent portion of the rounds. It's Will enabling with that opening pick with something like the Gravnet and goading out those pushes like we saw from Zachary, who is only really good for one in passing.
The cam now. Not actually settled down, but there is going to be potential moving forward. They are going to try to set for something up with the Hunter's Fury. And everybody else just trying to move themselves back. Some of the damage applied, but DB, they're just struggling. Not a lot of economy to play with this round.
This barrier mesh smoke combo is so dangerous, but one will fade away, and it's enough for Riku to just shoot through. Now it's Zachary's turn to get his hands dirty. Another ultimate that Penny will win the fight on with not a scratch on him. Well taken, well met, and out he goes. As the rest of YFP has gone for the A push. Physic. Shoes on fire here to get that first kill onto Ange, and somehow avoids getting killed by Drone, who has now been stalked away with the help of the smoke and the recon bolt. Yet again, a free A site. If Riku doesn't have anything to say about it, the wall bang will shut down the late entry, and so YFP have to do it all over again with less time and less util in the bank. But Penny has the sight line from beyond, and so Dobro's still, nothing is really safe, and playing keep away on Heaven again. It is so figured out at this point. This map is so known, and YFP feel very capable in managing this swing that is entirely from on high. It's Drone and Precision first. Riku watching from spawn. That angle is probably not going to stop, so these other two have to lock in and get their kills, and they cannot. A 10-2 half is what we exit the opening of regulation on. YFP are 3 rounds away from taking map 1.
What do I say? It's so dominant.
What do you say?
Like, they're just so good at this map. And I think it's because they have been playing with this comp for quite some time. So it's like they've learned their mistakes. They've learned what they need to do better. And it pretty much is just them having that repetition.
And, I mean, to the other side of that coin, Dobros, some advice. Play for patch 4.12. Like, this is... I love Zachary to death. He's like one of my favorite players like ever. I'm serious.
Over there.
But he just receives nothing from this squad on so many of these crucial rounds, and it's so unfortunate. This time, though, I'll have some help on behalf of Precision. A 2-man task force to just waltz right up mid, while the rest of the B push is going to get stopped over by Will and a Paranoia. Everyone in the Gravnet having to take out that dart as the rest of YFP stare towards market where the other push is, and that is instantly shut down. So now it's just this B main push that has to be worried about, so YFP will start swarming. Will has a lot of more help in the fight, and so he'll get way more confident. Good for 2 before YFP finalize. And again, it's like clockwork.
Only brought enough for me.
Slightly there for the match point. Pistol round went out flawlessly again. And the only rounds run from DB were a huge clutch from Zachary. And a good play on the site. So definitely going to need way more to push themselves on if they want some sort of victory coming through from DB. But this has got to hurt, right? Like, you're really seeing the dominance that YFP is performing with.
Cover going out.
I think everyone on the table, on the desk, will defend Dobros to their last breath. Like we have seen over years, these players do such incredible things. And they definitely have the ability to here, but oh my god, please don't do it on ISO. Zachary has no answer to this judge. And Ange can at least take down Jake, stoled up in wine, but Will is still just like chilling with the shotgun and has no real reason to leave it. Back gonna toss up the mesh for Penny to have an easier sight with his sniper that he's using. That's only good for 1 though. So Dobros ultimately do still have just a 2v3 fight. Do have 2 stingers to their name. If they're able to gain maybe a short range interaction, please not against Will, please, then you might be able to swipe this away. You got 45 on the clock. But I think you leave. That's I think the first thing you do.
Not gonna do anything. They do have util to use. Yep, that's gonna happen. The wall's settled up, and Riku finding a shot.
That's a great opener. No place for the others to go except a little wide, and the road to A site is still quite a long one, even with that barrier orb up. It will be game point for YFP. So many echoes of greatness from Dobros this game that we just haven't gotten to see flourish, and I have my notes, but I'm sure everyone else does too. I'm not going to bore anybody.
Match point and big dubs. Like,
yeah. Hey, Penny got a 20 bomb in
is heavy
14
analysis.
rounds. That's ludicrous, dude.
Dude, it honestly is just a lot of it being like fights won. Will with
I
the
heard that.
spectacular, aggressive plays, allowing Jake to kind of play behind him too.
All right. And backing out is Jake. And backing out is DB. Jeez, it goes on forever. That's a weird one. Cat has been pretty untouched by Dobros, both on attack and defense. And this is one of the main reasons, is this guy. That's some collat on a drone as well. Don't forget that. 34 HP to his name. And no real answer for this defense just yet. Smoke has still a decent chunk of time on it, and Precision is light years away, so you can't take this fight for another 15. By that point, you kind of got to commit to sight, so it'll probably be A, unless we move now.
Yeah, but it's not going to be easy, especially for
It's gotta be
DB.
A.
Yeah, they do also have like way better weapons. The Outlaws settled down for Penny,
Yeah.
still watching up in tree, and then 3 players looking for good positioning down in the entry there. But yeah, and Paranoia not going to be able to even reach, especially as they go down.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, you don't have to ask any more questions there. Like that, you're just you're doing the only thing that's left on the flowchart. YFP probably just gonna shrug at that one. Honestly, like a lot of the game kind of played itself, and from there YFP they strutted their stuff. They're showing their feathers for sure.
That was a good map pick. going on Ascent, and I said, hey, it's gonna suit Dobros too. I didn't think they were picking freaking ISO. You know, I don't even want to look at you guys. I'm going.
Yeah, definitely. A lot to talk about after that one, but let's not talk about the ISO. Let's instead talk about Haven, which we'll be going to for a second time today after the break.
tried something new out and it didn't work. That happens sometimes. It's okay. YFP to take first map of Ascent 13-2, sticking with what they know. Well, Dobros, they swap it up. They embrace the chaos. They embrace the ISO. And Tenrek, this time it didn't work out for them. I don't know why you're all such haters over here.
No, it's a real shame because I love seeing Zachary play different duelists. His Neon is very fun to watch, but that's kind of the thing is like his speed is so integral to how Dobros operate as a team, and getting rid of that speed factor even for just one map to favor this ISO, it's a huge risk, and it's one that just did not pan out at all. Dobros just had zero momentum to ride off of for a lot of these attacks, and YFP, they looked so in their element the whole way through. So much of this Senti util getting all the value in the world.
I mean, when I look at this map, even just putting the agent selection aside, this is an up and down map when you're looking at the end of Dobros, and YFP has been proven to be really, really strong here, and it was their own map pick. So for Dobros, taking this loss, even if it was in a little bit of a rough fashion, is not something that is necessarily the most surprising coming out of this series. I think when you're looking at the agent composition, that's a really easy thing to blame off of the rip, but it's just not a map that's really gone their way, Gompers. So you know what? We can put it behind us. That's okay. We can reset and look to brighter pastures to Haven.
It sucks too because the Glazers really do have so much potential. I think Zachary is a phenomenal player on the duelist. It was difficult, and I feel like playing ISO, there's a lot of very unforgiving parts of that util that make it very, very difficult for you to profit. So especially when Penny's going 21-6, it's like you're looking at the stats, you're looking at the numbers, and it just does not work out for DB.
I mean, let's talk about YFP here because yeah, Penny hopping off on the jet. That is now, we highlighted Penny's agent composition heading into this. Now within the last 4 matches, Penny has played 4 different duelists, always popping off. Fantastic to see the whole team stepping up. YFP, I mean, they've had this deadlock comp for a little bit now, Tenrek, and it really just gets to highlight everybody at their top. Even Will putting up a fantastic performance here.
Yeah, this it's crazy just how much better this YFP squad looks week to week, and Will and Jake fitting in like gloves. They're taking their respective roles when they need to, and then when they're allowed to do something a little silly, they do something a little silly, and hey, it's been working really well. I love Will's want and aggression, able to shift the tempo basically round to round, was so integral to making sure that Dobros were constantly kept on their toes and just couldn't react accordingly. And how about Thief? Constantly lurking up mid, always being that opening blood whenever Penny wasn't. Just always that presence, and you can't really come off of that with a W when you're taking those disadvantageous fights.
I mean, it's a tough YFP to be going up against. Maybe in stage 1 it'd be a little bit of a different story, but this YFP now looks so good. And looking to continue that momentum now, heading into our second map here. We're going back over to Haven. This is going to be Dobro's pick. They already were cooking up over on Ascent here, Gompers. So I frankly don't know what to expect. Any team that we haven't gotten to see on a Haven ever or in a while, I don't know what their thoughts are. So this should be really fun to see what's coming out on both ends.
I feel like this is where I actually feel more comfortable with Dobros, surprisingly, just because they can't. It has not been that long. Like, obviously, we got to hear from the interview previously, like, they didn't even know that Haven was back in the pool, right? So this could very well be the case, and we could just, actually, maybe not. They definitely were cooking something up if they picked this, but at the same time, I don't think they would go out of measures, honestly. Maybe settling with the Astra, the same thing that we've seen before. I feel like that's comfortable.
It'll be interesting for the end of Dobros here because when we're looking at Haven and we're looking at kind of Dobros and what they've been through Tenrek, I feel like they definitely have this potential to cook up something that will really, really work for them. And I love that they're not afraid to kind of step outside the box and cook. And I mean, at this point, if YFP don't really have a good answer into anything, or they just get outcooked on this map, this could be a 3-mapper.
I agree. We saw it last match with Blinn, a team that was, by all accounts, outmatched on raw mechanics, and DarkZero was able to outpace in the end of that. But coming to Haven, this new map where you don't necessarily change too much of your composition, but you throw a wrench in the gears, and you can really, you can play for the long haul here. And that's what I think Dobros are very much willing to do. I expect to see a really huge change to the speed of play for this team, and I'd love to see some really solid lane control from this team. They seem like the perfect concoction of 5 players to just hold on to A main, hold on to C main for dear life and not let it go. I'm really excited for this attack, which is not what we'll see first.
Hey, well, you were talking about speeding things up here, and agent that we saw on that first map that I know you two were a really, really big fan of was that ISO, of course, getting a new breath of life here in the newest patch. But Neon as well, we got to see in the previous series, both duelists having their time to shine here. And when I'm looking at the duelists across both of these team gompers and just the spacing and the speed they need for Haven, I could be fun. I could expect this pick coming out from either or both teams.
I think so. Oh man, it's so hard to determine like what the heck is going on, because after what I just saw, I don't really know what's going on anymore. And it's not even that it was bad. I thought they were gonna cook with that. Like, I was excited for it. But again, you really do never know, and time is the essence of the game. There was more comfort with, you know, the composition that we got to see come through with, you know, obviously YFP. They were very, very comfortable, but coming into Haven, it could be the opposite, right? Taking advantage of a new map being DB, and there's that. So it could be the fact that they know that maybe YFP haven't had as many reps as they have. Maybe they were preparing for a moment like this to come, and it really could show.
I mean, you never know what teams are working on behind the scenes. I mean, even in the last series, oh yeah, we kind of forgot it was back. I don't think that'll be necessarily the case for all of the teams, so I'm excited to see what they have going on. It's time for our agent select and get on over to Haven. I'll catch you two after.
Thanks so much, Sierra. And indeed, there is a lot to look forward to coming into this agent select, where there once again is quite a bit of change. Zach is on the Neon, baby. Just what I wanted. That's the one thing that I was gonna ask for and hope for after seeing Corey especially, and I got it, and I'm very happy with it.
I'm seeing a recurring theme here. I feel like I'm back in deja vu land with the Neon coming through, and then the team that just lost suddenly making like the OT, right? So
yep.
I think this is pretty good for Dobros. I think Zachary handling that Neon is going to give them the chance to honestly show what they have, because they have so much power and potential behind their aim, their mechanics, that this is really going to prove, you know, to YFP that they are capable of doing a lot more than what they previously did.
We'll see if this team can once again pull off the upset, hold on to that map differential, that with a group that spans quite a few teams that are in the same boat as Dobros, struggling to find more than one win, could be very crucial, very influential to the standings in which they would love to hold on to. These are two teams closer to the bottom of the standings in Challengers. Both of them would love to have those extra points. YFP to get in playoff contention, Dobros to escape the relegation conversation. But it starts on YFP's attack, a very strong one we saw before on Ascent. We'll see if they have the same here on Haven, with very little change to their composition that they boasted when it was in the pool 6 months ago.
Yeah, slow pacing to start. Just trying to get a feel for what this team is trying to accomplish with this Neon, and the deadlock as well, settling in, so.
Yeah, feeling good to start things out here. But cut short, YFP will walk into another vacated A site and just walk up for this fight. Do they want to take drone here? They'll hear Zachary start to step in. Yeah, they just want to take the fight with whoever might be here. They'll rush in Penny all the way into CT, having to manage the grav net. That means he's only good for one. And Link now open for business. Dobros could have the opportunity if Physic doesn't find the best off angle in the world. Everybody with util out, but only one found. Recon bolt onto site to prevent the immediate getaway, but Dobros are still on, and they are still locked and loaded. Zachary standing alone. Jake the turn with the right click, impeccably performed. Now in the 1v1 to clutch up against Riku, who taps, gets close, has time. 3 kills for the Sova. Can you defuse?
No.
Absolutely not.
No way. Dude, timing of that is precious. And the fact that he was able to catch Zachary at that exact moment is crazy. Was that was Penny? No, that was, my apologies.
That was, yeah, that was
Jake.
Came in through Link.
It was Jake.
Yeah, Jake, that turn was crazy.
It was, I was surprised I didn't hear them prior, because they were jumping around, but I'm assuming maybe, you know, shifted a number on that. YFP, though, that was a huge comeback, because if they had lost that, then it would have, provided Dobros with the necessary means to continue to take as much as they can. But I'm seeing something happening here. DB looking for Zachary to take that first shot.
And he might very well, especially if attention isn't paid to this A main. Could step out there for the potential flank. But it will not, at least initially. Waiting for the rest of Dobros to scream on back. But all the way over at C site, it means Penny has the easy watch to make sure they know that there's this big block coming from spawn. Looks like they'll snake up through garage. YFP aware of how many angles they'll still have to manage with that uncertain information. Trap wire destroyed, but now we just spray through the smoke, spray through the cages, and let that gun diff show itself on the kill feed. Physic manning up Blink. This is probably the toughest job, which is why Penny has come to help him with it. And now the reinvasion into garage just to finalize these last couple kills. Zachary holding onto a shotgun to at least grab one. Ooh. Riku with a sheriff to get one for themselves as well. Always fun to see them. One of the more accurate players from the league. But a recon bolt, like a Looney Tunes cartoon, falling into the pocket to guarantee the last kill. And YFP, the second round.
There is a huge play coming through from that. And especially now with Jake having the hero rifle and attempting to settle down with that. I think, yeah, huge plays here, especially with the buy-ups. But for Dobros in particular, this is where things can take a turn. Obviously setting up for Precision and Zachary to take in some sort of B-side work. But I don't think they're expecting this team to put a lot into this financially.
No, certainly not. Zachary, early swing on this high gear. A little bit of attention paid. Oh, Riku. So much of a battlefield in front of them, and they don't recognize. That's a huge early loss. Your retake game is completely destroyed, and so Dobros, they have to stake the claim on A site now, and they can't when they're blind. Headless chickens running around site, and YFP once again collapse entirely and unequivocally. Every angle managed, every kill sanitized. And though, able to catch Thief on the off angle. Penny updrafting to heaven to make sure that nobody can have a second peek here, and Dobros recognizing that their time has come and gone. We'll try to hold on to these guns and save in round 3. Something we saw all too often in the beginning of their Ascent defense too. Though this time they won't be caught off guard by someone like Jake.
Oh, still. For YFP to take in 3 now is really, really good. I'd say terrible for the mental of DB. They're going to have to pick this up. Because it does suck, right? Like, you lose the last one going 13-2. And now you're trying your absolute best to keep hold of Haven. A map that you picked with a composition that you've practiced with. Leaving Zachary on, a duelist that I really do think he has potential with. So, yeah, timeout. Now settling in. They don't want deja vu. And if anything, right now is the moment to figure out how they're going to utilize this pistol round to set up for the next round.
Yeah, time is now to figure out what you're going to do. And it's really hard. It's Haven defense with a paper-thin composition as well. Yeah. This double initiator can be snapped like a twig, and then what does Zachary do? That's the really tough part. Is this is a Jenga tower just waiting to fall on the right site. And if you lose your initiator, then you can't open, so you can't play for retake. If you lose Zachary, then you can't reliably retake either with the same speed, so you have to util dump even heavier before you even start. Again, 5 crucial pieces of a puzzle where if one of them dies, then it would basically harm the entire structure of the team, but it doesn't necessarily mean that any one player is carrying or having a super standout performance. It is just a well-oiled machine with every piece of it important to its function.
Yeah. Could be, man, these buy-ups, this is so risky. It's not really too risky in the sense of they're not going to be able to buy next round, blah, 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 because they can. It's not really the worst thing I've seen in the world, but investing so heavily into drones util and then having 2 people play with their vandals, this has to be such, they have to be on their A game on the defense here.
Well, that's why Drone is playing with Zachary instead of anybody else. You see how much heavier this presence is going to be, but having to shoot down that cam means that YFP already know your game. And so they'll rush even heavier onto C site, which has to be just completely let go of. Pretty easy plant here for YFP. After they cross the T's, dot the I's, etc., etc., etc. Of course, I would say that if they're going to commit to the C site, but it doesn't look like they do. They'll actually... What's the opposite of insert? Outsert from C site, and with a minute still to play, it looks like they want to bank off of DB and their premeditated rotation to get an even freer site on the other side of the map, and oh my god, they're actually going to make it work.
I think it might, but
Oh,
maybe not.
unless they're too slow.
Yeah, because Thief is looking to lurk this out, and yeah, catching out Ange by timing is exactly the game they want to play here.
Paranoia has to get dropped, but so does Thief from the fight. And now there's no time. There is no time that is better to rush. Sonic Sensor will confirm this position. Oh, it's Penny that gets the lurk kill, and still stepping out too early. That's some great conditioning for later. Riku on the Hunter's Fury to dissuade the drop early, and it'll actually do some great chip damage to where Zachary feels confident going in with the overdrive very early, but that is a collapse. Very little time for YFP to plant, but with personnel diff they will. And some fun opportunities that DB tried to come back on with their gun disadvantage, but ultimately it doesn't do enough damage to everybody on YFP, who sit at like 2 players worth of health collectively for the end of that 4th round that they'll take.
Putting some profit into the last round, which wasn't dangerous. Again, like they had some sort of safe spot moving into the next. They are able to invest. Obviously, Light Shield's not looking the most ideal, but I think here the biggest say is the fact that they haven't necessarily lost out on their A fights. They're still going to apply that pressure, having precision, waiting to apply that fault line for this moment to work. It seems like that's where Zachary's going for now, up in hand, and too much movement.
That's such a great recon bolt. That just shuts it down, and Zachary shooting between Jake's legs! Riku will swipe back on top of a flashpoint, so A presence is not certain, but YFP are no longer gunning for it. They've already moved on! Into B site we trek, where Jake has used that into the shadows to take an early backside as well. This round may already be decided. DB, you can see the meddling, but already YFP, they'll invade. Precision the trade back. Physic low, attempted shock dart to play keep away, but Precision ends up winning that 2-4. And so DB have a chance to reconvene and invade. Jake backing out, not enough on the Paranoia, and Drone shuts down Will. DB get theirs the whole way through, and will keep on trucking to grab their 1st round of the game.
Keeping their composure.
Oh yeah, get the ultimate, or get the operator.
Yeah, they're keeping their composure there. They're good to keep the op as well, obviously. To give more potential to Zachary, but that did look dangerous the first couple seconds, I'm not gonna lie. But moving into a rotation, interesting choice, you know, for the side of YFP, thinking that might be the best bet, but of course 2 ultimates settled down into their side of YFP, Physic and Thief, and they're just looking to solidify themselves with information and more so a solid post plan.
Yeah, that was really well taken. The britches of YFP on this B site have to be quite big, and if DB can shut those down from Link like Precision did so beautifully, then that will not be an option. Which makes me wonder why they're playing so denial heavy on B main right now. The utmost confidence in Drone, sitting alone on sewer, as Penny will rush on into this. Have to take this fight, and you can't for very long. You're gone. A site is YFP's.
I know exactly. Will looking to plant this down. And everybody's on the extremities, but the op's still there. It's going to be so much harder for retake. Hunter's Fury, not necessarily looking for anybody, but up inside of heaven. Slowly making themselves find some sort of potential for space, but the smokes are making this so good for Jake to keep hold.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, it just gets to step back. Sick fadeaway from Jake to be able to grab a second there. That's great. And another sick round for YFP, who, once they have this free sight, it's just a game of clearing the board for the first 30 and then dominating the fight the next.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting them to kind of just run into that. Like, giving themselves away over to YFP. Everybody else, honestly, just looking so dominant. And they're just going to keep applying A. And even though maybe it's worked once, it hasn't necessarily worked majority of the time. But Zachary feeling confident with a stinker here.
Here.
Yeah, this is a nice confident position for these anti-lurks, which are very important against YFP. These Senti cutoffs have been really important to the flow of North American Valorant, in fact. Great chip done to both Drone and Ange. With not too much of a trade back. But it does require a lot of util being burned from YFP, including that Owl Drone, which is pretty crucial when you're still playing all the way from T. So Dobro is pretty content with that. But as that has raged on, this presence in lane with these worse guns instantly gains far less value because you have no reason not to util dump into this, right? Oh, do you even have to? Physic? I'm gonna have an aneurysm, dude.
Dude, they just
okay.
killed that.
Yeah, on to A we go. Physic is still alive, I guess, dude. Hopping on to Precision. Dude, YFP are just, they're worrying about killing DB like 2 seconds after they look at them. And yet they're still winning.
Wow.
Oy, oy, oy. That was a little unfortunate. Obviously gun diff, obviously. But, yeah, I mean, a patient YFP leads to a fragmented DB on a round that they try to salvage.
That was just an unfortunate round of events of having literally no cash money in the bank, I'll be honest. But
yeah, it's so relatable,
for
though.
Dobros, there is a chance to pick this up. They just keep doing the same thing, and they're not conditioning YFP into anything. They're constantly trying to push up A, and it has not been working. And this is where you have to start to really migrate yourself somewhere else. And again, Zachary's such a huge potential player, and I like the way they're playing alongside Drone, keeping themselves meshed well with somebody for a potential, but now moving up towards B, and tons of information and utility settled down.
Wow. The second they see that breach, they just want to throw that Rolling Thunder on him. Precision getting walled out here for a very long time. Sight and some change. So much space. But that's because some of it was sacrificed. Excuse me, sacrificed by Dobros. That was so gross, dude. Oh my god. Sorry. Some of it has been sacrificed in favor of taking over the courtyard, which has been smoked out, so you still have to invade dry. Oh, what a fun high ground that Jake takes if he grabs this one as well. Oh! I can't take any more. Deadlock ult's got him, but I mean, what do you do now? If you're Ange, you win the first fight against Penny's dry swing and then unfortunately don't do anything else as the Deadlock ult expires, and so does the Deadlock after a pick onto Thief, and YFP make it 7.
This is like a huge dent into the mentality of Dobros. Dude, they come into this kind of, you know, hoping they can settle the score, at least put themselves a little bit further, you know, in terms of points, but quite difficult. Though, ultimates ready, Precision, tons of potential, and the same play coming down in A, which again, like if you are YFP, can you read into this? I think there's more to it though, especially with the amount of ults we're seeing come down now. Yeah, fault line.
Ooh. Zachary almost got the drop that time, and it's a bit of a mess over in the lobby, but it's one that will clean up first. And Precision the one to go to. That's so tough. Jake off the ult, I mean, it's very obvious where he is. Now it's even more with the paranoia. Yeah, I mean, not too much guesswork there when you're in the 2v1. So, great shutdown off of this off angle, but it's an off angle for a reason. Jake is the one. Ooh. The 4 are perched up just fine in C. Physic for the free plant and the Omen ult to guarantee the information that DB already have.
Dude, Jake's ultimate surprisingly was good, though. It directed the attention, yeah, somewhere else. So now DB thought they were committing, and now they're not. Penny slowly moving themselves forward.
And he still gets out of that. He's going to take it again. He's just fearless here. Thief for the 1. But that's all. And another cleanup up link. But yeah, like you put so eloquently, Jake really just existing forced over so much of DB to take care of him. And from there, you can just walk on over to C site. And honestly, I mean, once they get spiked down there, it's, I mean, we haven't even had to watch the game, really.
It was just, yeah, tons of attention put down there. And even though it didn't work the way they planned down on the A site, it still is, you know, the repetitiveness that they're able to pick up on. And I think that's good. The YFP not really falling into some sort of conditioning. And hopefully we do get to see something different, which I feel like we are down in Garage. Obviously, 2 players, Drone and Ange, waiting.
Yeah. Nice early kill by Ange. Off of another lurk from Thief. See, DB know YFP's playbook as well. It's just beating it. That is the issue. That's where they meet all of their troubles. Lot of attention paid to this Garage presence, and for good reason, because now it's more than just Garage presence. It's Garage and Window presence. Jake is all the way over to Link, but Drone only has to manage that fight before taking on the rest, and so is able to at least get rid of that. So YFP, once again, they'll have to climb a bit to get back onto site. These solo efforts are going, and then they don't end up actually pulling for the team. They're good for just the one. And over time, when you're running out of it, that doesn't do enough. Zachary, the open peek in the 1v1 leads to YFP at a disadvantage for one of the first times this game, and they don't have much to go off of either. They've already lost a lot of their intel and util
30 seconds left.
on just trying to open these main lines.
Yeah, they do have ult though, so Precision could pull through and win the game. This is like perfect spot for DB to be in, unless they do get taken out by Penny. And even though Zachary doesn't have much to play with, they still do have the ultimate. They're pulling it out though at the perfect time.
Spike planted.
Yeah, there's the overdrive. Physic, I mean, you know what you're about to deal with. Almost didn't want to deal with it. He was like, no, I don't want to look. I don't want to take the fight against Zachary, please. Sorry, man, you're the last one on. You got to do it. Thrifty. Another round for Dobros, a crucial one as well. And it, again, it comes from I don't want to say like arrogance from YFP, because that makes it sound like DB kind of just got handed the round. But I mean, they're picking up on the trickery that YFP is trying to pull pretty consistently. The thing that works best for YFP so far is attacking like a normal team.
I think that, and like they're always like at least near the surrounding of A.
Yeah, they're always around,
taking out either Zachary or Precision or Drone, right? The top 3 that are typically there, and that works best for YFP. But I think DV definitely settling back a bit, not looking for that anymore. Instead, just looking to protect the site and play for that objective.
They have a lot of faith in their Link presence. YFP do too, and so they're not even going to touch B. They actually just wanted to go out the Hunter's Fury. That was beautifully done. But Zachary has a pretty open peek through lane now, and he's seen a knee. Will he see a bit more? Enough to kill off of? No! He'll see the Owl Drone first and the Fault Line second, which means he'll have to skedaddle just a little bit. Head on over, and uncertain about the intel, we'll head back on over to Sewer. His tried and true home. YFP? They'll try to poke this B site there again, and with a lineup, Thief can open it very quickly. Perfect timing is his name and game. And Ange has to sit alone and try to take so much on. Can't do it. Zachary with the operator, the only one standing. And at this point, too close for comfort. Not enough time to save, and only 1 round to go anyway. Hey, see how many kills you can get on this operator. Why not?
No, and with that, still keeping himself solidified pretty well. Although with Zachary, yeah, being able to pick off the first shot. The op's going to be difficult, though, to try to get themselves some sort of entry.
Another. Hey, let's go! Ace, 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 ace.
Might be. No, actually not. They do need to get the fuse on. Yeah, whiffing out on that. Will just knew, like, the movement, the mechanics, they had to be better than that. To go up against an op. But again, last round before the switch, DB, they haven't looked so hot on the defense. This is a very attackers-sided composition, in my opinion. But I do feel like, you know, they've tried their absolute best with being aggressive on the defense, with trying to apply that sort of pressure. And it just hasn't worked out. I think, you know, just reading too well into this team. Obviously, we saw the drone come out and offset Zachary from playing with that op on the side of A. They just know that somebody's always going to be holding that position in that ground.
Yeah. Well, this time it'll be C long. Saw Zachary doing this a lot earlier in the half, but it didn't get as much mileage as that Sewer presence did. And what do you know, that'll happen again this time. YFP will actually use that lack of a neon to take over a lane the most convincingly that they have so far this game. Most of the time, it's just been something they pass through. This time, it's got to be something they fight off of, and Thief does so beautifully to begin in the cage as well to make his position uncertain, but with the help of the paranoia, Ange will make it an impossibility. Not even his own, or not even their own. My fault, gang. Physic with a Hunter's Fury and the Deadlock ultimate as well. Jake will swing on to Drone to shut that off. And this A fight in bits and pieces to the point where Dobros are actually finding some advantage. Zachary and Lobby on the runaway that Physic is able to catch, and that's because he's heading out. He's leaving A site. And so in response, so will DB. Ange, very quick to the punch, actually. They will not be able to get a free plant here if all goes well.
30 seconds left.
Ange will hear this.
Yeah, but Physic's in such a good spot. Even then, 2 shock darts readily available for the post plant, and a slight workup from Penny with tons of information as to where these players are not.
Ange is already in, knows that Penny is still on the way back, but loses the fight. And that's your sole opportunity gone, no? I mean, both players are kind of chipped at, though. So be careful on these jump peaks. They are hairpin length. Physic has some fun shock darts, though, so have to wait for those. And yeah, it is a foregone conclusion to the point where it'll be the same one we saw at the end of the half, the previous map, a 10-2 for YFP.
Yeah, especially with the rough upbringing of, now we have to save because next round we have to purchase to make sure we don't head over to match point, and that's the mentality Dobros are keeping for themselves. But again, it's just the Switch now making its movement. And huge potential to try to bring things back just because, you know, you got Zachary playing on the Neons, a super aggressive agent. And I do think that this, if used correctly with the U2, I think the barrier mesh is going to prove to be so helpful on an A-site push here from Drone.
Yep. There's a lot of good things. There's a lot of praises to sing about this composition for DB.
Yeah.
And on paper, these players seem like the perfect people to execute those strategies. We keep our eyes on Zachary for a lot of the first part of this half. He is the fulcrum for so much of this attack to get on site and guarantee it. And here he comes, sliding in to steal your girl. Huge recon boat that Thief just uses for a free 2. And hopping down for 3. Almost make it 4, but gotta reload. And now this is the moment where the Dobros have to lock in, but with the paranoia, there is no more opportunity to. And a solo doing so much of the legwork means that the rest of YFP barely even have to clock in for this first round on defense.
Dude, they just destroyed.
That was, yeah.
Deep jumping out window was so sus, but it literally all was just because of the Sova util there. Being able to ping out where everybody is, that's a huge play coming through from Physic. And it's like, it's so simple. Coming, like, you would think that the smoke would be such a difficulty up in heaven, but it worked out so well just because if you're utilizing the Sova to play up in heaven, it's like everybody's just down.
And there are no roofs. You just let that thing fly. And yeah, getting that double ping was crazy. Enough for Thief to have a Phantom. And the rest of YP to just buy into this. Zachary will rush onto site. Not the best position for Will to be in, but with the gun diff, he can still make it work and at least get 1. Same said for Thief as the rest of YFP come crawling on back to site. And the wraparound from Penny will actually be quite integral to making this round function because Precision has just managed to find 2. Perfect timing for that jet lurk.
Match point.
Let's end this.
And like just a huge pickup coming through from YFP. Dude, it really is just like this team playing together all the time, screaming it out, figuring out what works and what doesn't, having Will be, I mean, such a solidified factor in the team. 6 assists, yeah, but, you know, a huge help to the strategies that they're settling down with. But I think this is big. DB might just, you know, with the correct execution, might just be able to take this one in.
But it's got to be now and perpetually for 10 rounds. It starts in a lobby where Penny will miss one of his outlaw shots, get the other on Precision. And again, targeting who? You don't even need to, because Penny's just going to come out and kill everyone else. Headshot through the wood, by the way, so Drone's sitting pretty at 9 HP.
Yeah.
And yeah, Thief's going to finish that off pretty cleanly. Now it's just the lane presence. Spike is stranded. Thief just gets to hang out. But Ange and Zachary instead, they'll focus on that frontline push, and they'll grab the rest of the team. So it actually just comes down to Thief in this 1v2, starting out with Zachary, who will end up finishing to 5 health to keep these guys alive.
Hey, when there's pressure present, you start to play your best game, and I think that's just what is going to happen here, obviously. My biggest issue is, like, if they want to continue this, again, like, the only sentinel they have is Deadlock. There needs to be more hold, and that's what we're just not seeing. The post plan isn't working because they're not able to get on site, and when they are, there's absolutely nothing keeping anybody back from doing anything, and it's just almost impossible to keep that post plan solid. But I think here they're finally figuring out, you know, the ways of entry and finding those 1v1s.
And that's, yeah, like you said, that's kind of the format you have to play with if you're Dobros. You have to go for these isolated fights where YFP do not have the capacity to be better than you. Like here, with the Sheriffs, because they're still going to headshot you. And is at 5 HP. They are not on site yet. Now they are. Zachary hops on with the slide. Inside the smokes, YFP is posted on site, and Penny will use it to grab just 1 kill. But Dobro's gun diff shines through, takes out the presence on site, and Precision has that Rolling Thunder in the tank as well. No answers this round for YFP. It will take a full buy, at least on this first go-around, to guarantee the match.
This is the pickup. I think this is good.
Like, yeah, lock in, you know?
Yeah, they're also starting to realize, like, the importance of... I mean, they definitely knew the importance of their U2. It was just not being able to win the fights, but Drone kind of settling down the barrier mesh A, you just cannot get past that.
Nope.
If you're YFP and you're playing into that. But the ultimate now loaded up, and, you know, a big save from this team to be able to give themselves some sort of leeway. The mental starting to bring itself back up. Zachary now being set up for plays that are going to help them, especially off of Riku. They're doing an amazing job at really solidifying the fact that, hey, we can get the site.
Yeah, especially with that triple swing. But those are the opportunities you search for the kill off of. Very brave of Penny, but so much damage out of it. And Drone will spend another round at under 10 HP. C-Lane, not a great option then, right? We don't have too much we can toss in there. We kind of just have to walk through a barrage of gunfire for 5-10 seconds. Let's not do that. Let's instead take Garage, where there is somebody who is potentially way closer, way within range, way more susceptible to our gigantic stack, named Penny, who is now going to swing out of the smoke of the door of Garage, because no one's watching him, and he now gains all of the courtyard, enough to grab Riku, head back into T-spawn, and basically play the long game. So now YFP can head on to B-site itself, and grab the other kills they need to make this fight an essential impossibility. Zachary has to spend time grabbing Spike, in fact. So you have 1 backsite, 1 on-site, 1 T-site, because you need to hold on to this lock on Penny until he leaves, which is why Ange has to wrap around door here, which they will successfully do. But meanwhile, the rest of the fight is going on to where Zachary has fallen on top of it. Drone, the next line of defense, would love just 1 kill here. Will get it. Headshots, bread and butter. Huge deadlock ult, but that's all there will be. Wow. No one even grabbed off of it, and the rest of the fight from mid is taken care of too. Again, Dobros, the equation is always there, but YFP have ascended like no other team has as of recent, and they will be in the top 2 coming out of this week in their group.
Listen, Sierra's here, and I want to hear your voice. I need to hear your voice so that
yeah, comfort us, please.
Gompers really said, I don't know what to say after that series. Sierra, please bail me out. What is happening here? I got you, girl. Don't worry,
God, I love you so much. Thank you so much.
I mean, simply YFP at this point of the competition, they're just looking so good. This was for new to YFP coming into stage 2. And, I mean, they don't need to cook. They're sticking with what they know, and what they know is winning. We get to see that again. I love the ideas that Dobro has brought out here, Gomps. I'm not going to lie. Like, I think with a little bit more time of cooking, things like the Neon could be really, really good, especially, too, since the team does have, again, I feel like I'm on repeat saying this, there is the talent on this team. It's just unfortunate that we don't really have time for them to cook anymore. It's now or never, and I guess it's not now, not this week.
It's 15 first bloods, and
Jeez.
and a huge dub with a 13-4. 2 rounds more than the last game for GB. And I'll be honest, I think the main issue is just like on the defense, there was absolutely no cold. There was nothing to solidify themselves. As to where, you know, with Cypher Util, you can shoot it down, but there are things you can do to give yourself, you know, potential, right, to play with your Util. I feel like with Deadlock, it really isn't under that case. It's very punishable, but I do think that the Util just also wasn't used as much as I wanted to see it be used.
And just need a little bit more cooking time, but a little unfortunate.
Yeah.
Rolling over into our stat stage, gotta talk about YFP, because again, Tenric, they're looking really, really good. They're sticking to a classic, staying with the Jet, and being able to see, I don't know, just Penny just frag out doing Penny things is always just such a delight in the server.
Yeah, that's 40 plus kills in about 50 rounds for Penny.
No big deal.
That's, I mean, just some really impressive consistency coming from this duelist. And it didn't necessarily come from solely inserts. A lot of the time, Penny was just the first watch and still just won fights because he's that good. I think every member of this team deserves just all of the flowers. Just everyone really put in the effort. Jake and Will, again, fit in so well, and they'll do even better next week. Like, this is a recipe for destruction of a team.
Yeah, this YFP squad with time is just looking more and more terrifying. So I'm excited. Next week, they'll be taking up going up against M80s. That'll definitely be really, really exciting to watch. And back through the series as well, Gomps. I mean, YFP, when you watch them work, they just seem so coordinated for a team that made the changes after the midseason cup. Like, everything's just coming together so smoothly.
It is, honestly. For YFP, I'm heavily surprised. I thought this was going to be a super close game, and I guess I apologize to YFP because I guess that means I held them to a lower standard and a lower regard. But it was simply just because, like, you're looking at match history, you're looking at the Series 1, or Season Part 1, I'm brain farting, of Challengers, right? And, like, you kind of look at their performance back then, and now you're looking at, obviously, the newer edition of Will, and being able to see, you know, how well Penny's working with Will and Physic. And Jake as well, honestly, and Thief. Everybody's just really making this team work so dang well. And you can see that based off performance. You can see that based off the amount that Penny is performing. If you look back at past history, it's 10 times better stats-wise than anything that we've seen. And it's great. Like, you can see the work is being put into everything, mechanics and play styles and maps, and I wasn't even expecting them to show up on Haven because Haven was a map that, you know, has just been recently added to the pool, but they've been cooking too.
They're not slouching is what I'm seeing coming out from YFP. Like, they're here to play. I believe now that puts them second in the group. Like, they're a team that is absolutely ready. We're gonna have the opportunity to chat with them too, but I have to take a quick break to get them in call, so stay tuned.
Enemy remaining.
Enemy down. No hard. Cage 3.
One enemy remaining. Enemy remaining. Flawless. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Planted.
say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
Welcome back, everyone. We just got to see a dominant YFP victory over Dobros to be ending off our week. And on the line to chat with us a little bit more, we have none other than Star Duelist Kenny. First off, I have to say congratulations on the win. Y'all went up against some funky stuff today. Dobros were pulling out all the stops. We got to see the ISO. We got to see their neon. When you're going up against these sort of comps, you kind of think you need to switch anything up again, or just kind of know if you stay consistent, keep to your game, you're going to get the dub in the end?
Well, you for sure need to switch stuff up. I feel like we didn't really expect them to do any of that, but we were able to identify pretty quickly how to play against it. And I mean, before the game even started, we knew what to do against it and how to win, and it was that simple, I guess.
Came in well prepped, definitely paid off in the server today. So I was curious about your agent pool in general heading into these changes and looking at, hey, even this neon and stuff, considering that you have floated between quite a few different duelists. But you guys kept to something a little bit more atypical today. Was it kind of more so comfort with going back into this, or just thinking, hey, if it's not broke, don't really fix it at this stage? Because YFP has been winning a lot.
Well, we need to win out the rest of the season to make playoffs, right? So I think we just want to stick with what he's gonna like do that for us consistently, and that's kind of what we're going for right now. We want to consistently be able to win these games to get good points for the split.
Definitely makes sense. There's a lot riding on this stage 2 standings, that is for sure. And talking about needing to kind of just win out the rest of things, looking ahead at week 5, you're up against M80. I'd love to know your thoughts of that matchup to be ending off the split.
Well, I think we have a lot more momentum than they do right now, and they are just like implementing a new player, and I think we're like very confident in like our own team right now, so I don't think we'll have like any like confidence issues going into it.
Glad to hear it, YFP. I mean, y'all have been cooking, and it has been showing up huge in the server. So it is a Friday. Y'all did get the fast 2-0, so I will let you go and be able to enjoy your weekend. Penny, congrats again on the win. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too. Thank you.
Thank you. As for us, Penny's off the hook. Our analysts are not quite yet. Time to bring back Gompers and Tenric to be wrapping up the day. I mean, YFP, they're looking ahead. They got the eye on the playoffs, the points they can get, and I mean, Gompers, they're definitely in a good spot to be able to do so. This team's looking really clean.
They are. Obviously, it shows with the performance, right? With seeing YFP taking in what, like 13-2, 13-4, is something that I wasn't expecting today. Quicker games than I thought. I honestly thought I was staying here till 11, but obviously not.
Well, I want to make sure we can all enjoy our weekend too, so we'll keep this one moving along. Take a little quick look back at the week. This has just been so up and down. I say this, I feel like every single week, Tenric, but you can never know what to expect coming out of Challengers. I think today's matches kind of more so went in the way of expected results, but even just the journeys to get there was not what I fully expected coming into this.
Yeah, I mean, to your point of kind of the expected happening, that is a massive deviation from what has been going on the rest of the week, which has shaken up the standings a lot more than maybe a lot of the other conventional weeks really have been. This is a huge week for YFP, kind of breaking away from that status quo. Same can be said for SAD Esports with that huge win on MXS. There's still a lot of change happening, and this late into the season, that is so exciting to see as an avid viewer.
100%. And talking about those standings, let's roll them. This is definitely, there's a couple of expected things on here. I mean, Oxygen being at this 4-0, fantastic. DarkZero, former Turtle Troop, if you're a little behind on that one. 4-0, not a surprise, but looking at like YFP sitting at this 3-1, looking at MXS at this 2-2, Gompers, I mean, there is absolutely so much going on for even M80. They've had a recent change sitting at that 2-2.
The 2-2 for M80 is surprising because I set out this team to be a hell of a dominant one, to be honest with you. I mean, I've seen M80 play all the times that I've seen them. They've won. So it hasn't, obviously not too surprising to me that I could figure that they would be the strongest. But of course, obviously 2-2 coming through, but potential for more. I think M80 is a very, very strong team.
I mean, we'll have to see if they can pull it out next week. I mean, even being able to hear about how Penny feels about that series going ahead into things, since YFP will be the ones taking them on, will be a lot of fun. So let's take a look at next week's schedule so you can make sure that you can be putting a schedule for the game you're most looking out for. Gonna be kicking it off with TSM versus MXS, which should be a lot of fun. But even across the board, all of these, I'm so excited for Tenric. I mean, I'm even eyeing up that DarkZero Oxygen match. Those are the two top teams that we have here right now. Facing off for week 5 is so exciting.
Oh yeah, no, this is my EDG versus FPX right here. This is gonna be a real banger between the two undefeated teams so far this split. My eyes after that last performance are glued to the YFP versus M80, two teams mid-metamorphosis that would love a win off of their backs, especially M80 with that 2-2 record. The end of the season is creeping.
It definitely is, and I cannot wait to see how week 5 is going to be shaping up. But unfortunately, that is it for today. Gumps, thank you so much. Tenric, thank you so much for joining us. Production, you're awesome. And everyone at home, thank you so much for tuning in. If you're going out in the sun this weekend, make sure to wear your sunscreen. Enjoy, and we'll see you all next week.
One enemy remaining.
Go, go, go. Ow.
Spike planted.